The year is 1972. A man named Dave Arneson invites his wargaming group to play in a new setting he's created, in a place known as Blackmoor. Using the rules of Gary Gygax's Chainmail, Dave's scenario is simple. Protect the barony of Blackmoor by venturing into the depths beneath its castle, slaying monsters, and recovering buried treasure. This is, for all intents and purposes, the first dungeon, like ever. Consisting of just 6 levels, it created the blueprint for an entirely new style of play. Arneson and Gygax joining forces to create a new game in 1974's Dungeons & Dragons. And as we now know today, a new medium, a new form of art. Created only 50 short years ago, less than a lifetime, the philosophy of dungeon design has expanded, contracted, been debated, refined, mangled, reforged, randomized, and arguably perfected. Once the defining hallmark of TTRPGs, dungeons now fill entire subgenres, focused entirely on crawling through their dusty catacombs. A natural fit for early video games, modern entries sprawl into handcrafted labyrinths of epic proportions and in never-ending randomized mazes. And of course, they pop up in novels and movies, across all sorts of genres. Though that is admittedly the snake eating its own tail, Gygax and Arneson taking inspiration from a wide variety of authors, including Tolkien, among others. The writers and designers of today continue this tradition, growing up on the games that were inspired by Dungeons & Dragons, and by the books and movies that inspired Gygax and Arneson in turn, building off from where they started, exploring routes not taken, digging deeper than ever before, folding inspirations back in upon themselves to carry that lineage forward. I know I do. Hi, I'm Michael Aguero, and you probably don't know who I am. That's okay. Most days, I'm surprised to know who I am, let alone strangers. I'm a writer of books you've never read and a designer of games you've never heard of. But both those books and those games are connected by a term you are most definitely familiar with: the Mega Dungeon. And Mega Dungeon is a dumb phrase. Like, linguistically, it doesn't do much. It's supposed to denote a dungeon that has many levels instead of, say, one, or multiple areas connected in a way that is meant to be nonlinear but rarely actually is. And as we'll see, Blackmoor, the very first dungeon, fits all the criteria of what we now think of as a mega dungeon. Delineating between standard dungeons and mega dungeons doesn't even make sense structurally in D&D, as both are experienced the same way using the same mechanics. Thus, mega dungeon has become less a taxonomic certainty and more a suggestion, one of length and complexity. A standard dungeon consisting of, say, 3 floors is something you might complete in an adventure, across a session or 3, depending on the game and your group. But a mega dungeon is something that could take weeks, months, or even an entire campaign. Same structure, but in a size and quantity to demand the party's full attention. But even this is disingenuous, given the games use the same mechanics regardless of the dungeon's size, and players can, in theory, leave and return to a dungeon as many times as they want, in larger or smaller chunks as they see fit. No, the real difference in vocabulary comes from video games, particularly modern ones in which a dungeon is something you clear in 15 minutes to an hour before moving on across some open world or other environment until arriving at other dungeons, the game containing multiple thereof. Consider everything from The Elder Scrolls to Zelda or Final Fantasy. These are not games about dungeons, these are games with dungeons. And as for mega dungeons, in video games, they have a term all their own: the Metroidvania. While denoting a genre with its own mechanical conventions, we'll get there, the Metroidvania promises a sprawling dungeon that is itself comprised of smaller dungeons, interconnected and smashed together into a single location, like some kind of dungeon lasagna. It could be Dracula's castle, or an alien-infested space station, or an abandoned research facility. Or, Blackmoor. Dungeons are everywhere once you start looking for them. This is especially true in fantasy settings, be it in Tolkien's world, The Witcher, or my own. They have to be for the kind of epic fantasy modern storytellers wish to build. A lot of people attribute this to Tolkien, and while he played a big part in popularizing it, there are deeper reasons for why we all end up in this place. Not because of laziness or theft, but because of convergent evolution. Different people solving the same problem and arriving at the same answer. The problem is magic items. Magic in general, really. We writers and game designers want magic items in our work because they're cool. They literally break the world, the standard mechanics of play. They let our heroes, our characters, our adventurers do really awesome things that make us feel special. But they don't just break the rules, they break the narrative. They break tension. If a magic item is too common, they no longer feel special. You can think of this as like the lightsaber effect. Once super rare to the point just seeing one pulled out was awesome, these days you can't trip over a rock on Tatooine without finding a dozen of the things. The lightsaber has become the default, and thus is no longer special. It no longer breaks the rules of the world, and instead becomes boring routine. There's danger in the other direction too. Make your magic item too powerful and it removes any narrative tension, any fear of defeat. See Revivify magic in D&D or Time Turners in Harry Potter. Really any time travel or revival magic unless it serves a specific point in the story. It either leads to there being no consequence for defeat or to the narrative and gameplay being trivially easy. Our characters stomping their way through legions of foes and into boredom. This means that as writers and designers, we need a world in which magic items exist, are powerful, and can be found, but are also rare and hard to get, so they feel special and don't break the story. And there's a couple of ways we can do that. The easiest is to declare that only special people can make the special thing, or that making the item is really difficult and expensive. But both of these solutions fall apart under a lens of basic logic and economics. Nuclear reactors are pretty rare, at least compared to like schools and the post office. They're enormously expensive and take highly educated engineers, physicists, architects, and construction workers to build. But I'm also guessing you've seen one in real life, even if it was at a distance. Almost anywhere in the United States, you can reach one in only a few hours by car. Even if we say there are only 100 people across an entire planet who can build our magic swords, and it takes them an entire year to build a single one, that still makes like 40 magic swords per artificer per lifetime. That's what? 4,000 magic swords each generation? And given magic items are nearly indestructible and don't rust because we want them to be cool, remember, it only takes a few lifetimes to wind up with tens of thousands of magic swords littering every crevice on Tatooine. The same thing with our Revivify problem. We can come up with some limitation, needing a big honking diamond or phoenix beak or whatever, but think about the real world, where monopolies and consortiums control everything from diamond mines to sunglasses. A world in which we already breed industrial amounts of livestock for specific ingredients, be they rare medical supplies or, eggs. The end result is a world in which rich people get revived, but poor people can't. Now, you can absolutely build a story around that tension, and many have, but it's not stable over the long term because peasants do love their revolts. So unless we want our entire world economy and narrative tension to center around that topic, we need a different answer. Turns out, it's a rather simple one, the one we all keep coming back to. Some people used to be able to make this special thing. Those 40 special blacksmiths, yeah, they lived like 5,000 years ago, but they're all dead now. Very conveniently dead, and they ain't coming back. Those 40,000 magic swords they were pumping out each generation, yeah, most of them are gone too. Dropped down wells, thrown into the sea, lost in rivers, buried in family tombs in the vaults of greedy kings, or left with fallen heroes as honest-to-God grave goods. The once common is made rare. Still special, still cool, still easily found by a lady in a lake or a hobbit in a river, but don't completely break the economic and narrative tension of our world. And all those places treasure gets secreted to, gets lost in. Those halls where great builders once lived, the ruins of once sprawling empires, those temples to the dead gods. Yeah, those are your dungeons. That's where dungeons come from. So why, dear viewer, are we here today? In another video with an entirely too long runtime. Doubling back to my own fantasy world, which at this point covers almost 3 books, the third will be out soon, and an RPG and a poker variant for some reason, I solved the same problem the same way as everyone else. Magic used to be frighteningly common, the methods for harnessing it simple enough that common craftspeople could invoke it. But those people are all dead, several times over, in fact. The stuff they left behind is now mysterious, powerful, thematically and narratively useful. And just like in our world, we stretch this over distinct layers of history. Earth has your Middle Ages, your Roman antiquity, your Crystal Atlantis, and what have you. Fantasy writers take the same idea and call them eras, or epochs, or some other grand-sounding name. Each era helping the various dungeons to feel unique. Your medieval dungeons get a nice layer of stone and moss with dragons to fight. Our Roman halls of marble filled with angry minotaurs, our Atlantean sunken cities crawling with mind flayers and laser turrets. And like in real life, a lot of these places end up being surprisingly close together. Humans, being the worthless creatures they are, have needs, and those needs tend to be the same across eras. Food, shelter, a quiet place to bone, clean water, arable land, cool vistas to look at. Our needs being the same, cities end up getting placed in the same locations across time, each generation having no idea what ruins of lost ages lay crumbled beneath their feet. So our ancient wizard tower ends up down the street from the abandoned research facility, both built atop a sprawling temple of a forgotten god, bordering a swamp of slaughtered unicorns and the ghosts they left behind. You know, a mega dungeon. My setting has a bunch of these. Basic geography and a lot of history will do that to you. There's Wintermoor, the location of that RPG I made, which sits on top of a mega dungeon. There's the island of Dunaker, packed with smaller dungeons scattered about, left over from different cultures and empires. There's the lost city of Varian, which I'd show you, but we forgot where it was parked, and Rungholt, a place rarely mentioned, but whose depths cut across the layers of history, going down seemingly forever. Eventually, the characters in my books, or the players in my games, will end up in one of these places, exploring the depths beneath Wintermoor, or securing Rungholt from the bandit barons that squat atop it. The problem is, I've never made a mega dungeon before. Hell, I've never made a dungeon before. You could argue that Wintermoor is a dungeon, being it's a school within a castle, but that's an active building used by professionals every day, and I already know how to build those. So while I understand the basics of dungeon design, I don't feel confident in my ability to actually build one, to go from blank page to explorable, multi-layered space. What I really want to do is take an exhaustive look at a bunch of different mega dungeons, unpack their structures, explore their motivations, and really seek to understand what makes a mega dungeon a mega dungeon. This being me, that meant a ton of research, and this being YouTube means I'm going to share all that research with you. So get comfortable and grab a snack, because we're going to be here a while. Let's talk about dungeon design. We begin by asking, what even is the purpose of a dungeon? We've answered that question narratively and thematically, but we haven't answered it mechanically. When we break it down, dungeons are little more than blocks, shapes strung together, and that shape is, in many ways, the point. The dungeon is a form that defines the play area. They are quite literally the play space. The walls of the dungeon are not just its boundaries separating it from the outside world, they define where play does and does not happen, like the board of a board game. That form, in turn, has a function to demonstrate, enhance, or experiment with the mechanics and gameplay systems we've made. Things like combat or traversal, exploration, or investigation. To put all that into practical terms, if Dungeons & Dragons is a game about killing monsters, finding loot, and leveling up, then the dungeon is where we do all that. It limits the scope of play into something mechanically manageable, allowing us to craft specific rules for these challenges and how to resolve them. It turns the infinite open world into digestible moments of play. The layout of the dungeon, the monsters within, the traps littered about, the various items and obstacles we encounter serve to highlight those mechanical systems. Our combat, our player skills, magic, crafting, negotiation, and so on. We've designed a game about killing monsters, so we put those monsters in a box, and the box gives us monsters to kill. One box would get pretty boring, so we make more boxes and connect them together. This creates the two basic building materials of dungeons, regardless of their actual shape: the room and the corridor. Rooms exist to be a point of interest, often holding a notable encounter, challenge, or narrative beat, a thing that is going to happen. They are, for lack of a better analogy, the fun parts of the ride, the big drops and loop-de-loops. Room A might have a combat encounter of stuff to kill. Room B could have a collapsed bridge to show off player skills and abilities like agility or blink teleportation. Room C then holds strangers with unclear motives, enhancing our story or showing off the game's social mechanics. Social mechanics. Like the wider dungeon, the room provides a boundary for this interaction. Segmenting it off from the rest of the dungeon prevents interference or complication, allowing the designer to cleanly highlight the element they want the player to interact with, be it combat, skills, or traversal. The difference is that a room generally only does one of these things. It has a central focus, a singular point of interest. The corridors are the supporting role, the ratcheting before the big drop, the smaller hills and dips in between bigger set pieces. They also highlight systems such as combat or traversal, but in a less impressive or impactful way than the rooms, featuring smaller groups of enemies or traps in place of larger puzzles. This solves two problems for us. First, it connects the rooms together, giving us a greater variety and structure than an endless grid of boxes snapped together. Second, it serves as a breather between rooms, creating pacing through releasing, building, or maintaining tension. An endless series of impactful rooms would turn into a boss rush, dulling our senses through repetition, while endless corridors would be a meal of only appetizers, whetting but never satiating. The interplay between them thus allows us to control the speed and intensity of play. A given set of rooms and corridors are contained on their own board of the dungeon, what we typically call a level or floor. In the traditional dungeon, these are literal floors, a vertical demarcation of space, preventing the actions of one floor spilling over into another, while giving a sense of narrative progression. We start at the top and go down, or start at the bottom and go up, with a beginning and end in mind, and a sense of how far we've come or how close we are to the finish. But it also provides a clarity to the player within the level they're on. Rather than having a vast open world of potential points of interest around every corner, the structure of levels signals to the player a clear breaking point between areas, of one ending and one beginning. It tells the player, you've done everything here, seen all there is to see, you can move on now. In other words, each level of the dungeon forms its own gameplay loop, with the transitions between floors resetting that loop, like getting back to the station of our roller coaster. These three pieces of rooms connected by corridors, contained within levels, form the basic building blocks of all dungeons. They are the unspoken vocabulary between designer and player, an agreed upon foundation of understanding that everything else is built upon. Defining the play space may seem an odd point to raise, obvious to the point of being assumed. But remember, Arneson's Blackmoor was the first time anyone had ever done this in anything ever. His players were coming from wargaming, played on a table that clearly defines the play space, with specific mechanics for what players are and are not allowed to do. To turn these players loose in an open world in a game none of them had seen before, with mechanics and objectives unknown, would result in, if you can forgive an overly technical term, an awful lot of faffing about. By giving a defined play space of rooms, corridors, and the levels of a dungeon, Arneson created a framework for fighting monsters, finding treasure, and delving ever deeper that players could quickly understand and engage with. It is, to put it simply, brilliant. And thanks to the wonders of the modern internet, we can see this in his and Gygax's own words. In Volume 3 of the original D&D, titled The Underworld and Wilderness Adventure, advice is given in clear language around the concept of rooms and corridors, highlighting everything from monster encounters to secret passages, constructed around the mechanics and challenges of their new game. The deeper players go, the more difficult those challenges become, and the greater the treasure they can recover. I would suggest he was inspired by a similar concept from arcade games, higher levels awarding more points, but D&D came out in 74. Breakout doesn't hit until 76, Space Invaders in 78, Pac-Man in 1980. Both of these guys were way ahead of the curve, pioneering what are now hallmarks of game design. The structure of walls, hallways, and doors, of rooms and corridors, may sound like simple architecture, but designers use these pieces less like bricks and a wall and more like notes and music. We can take these basic parts and reconfigure them in an infinite number of arrangements, each one unique to their maker. This unlimited possibility can be intimidating, a blank page as fearful as any other. But just like music and like architecture, there are various schools of design, tried and true methods for building and arranging dungeons. The simplest version, our Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, if you will, is the 5-room dungeon. It's a concept that has gotten very popular in recent years, popping up all across YouTube. From Teos over at AlphaStream using it to teach various games, Colville using it for the original Delian Tomb, and many others. The idea is you take 5 parts, be they rooms or corridors, and use them to introduce the game's mechanics, making them ideal for tutorials and starter dungeons. Short and sweet, they provide a linear structure to guide play. You've seen the concept in countless video games without ever realizing it was there. Same concept, same execution. There's 2 main ways we can use this linear approach, both well suited to introductions. In the first method, we take one concept and iterate on it, gradually building up the player's understanding and confidence in that mechanic. This is Mario 1-1. Teaching the mechanic of jumping through screens of escalating challenge. We get a gap with no penalty, then a gap with an enemy, then a gap with 2 enemies, and finally a bottomless pit with no margin for error. You see the same approach in RPGs, just in the form of combat instead of platforming. So the first room has a rat, and then the second room has like 2 slimes, and then the third room has slime and rats. Each one gets harder, each one teaches us something more advanced about the combat system, escalating the challenge, and ensuring we understand what we're doing before we're allowed to move on. The second approach, and the one that gets used more widely today, is to use each part of the dungeon to introduce a different concept of the game in its simplest form, tutorializing all the basic systems rather than iterating on just one of them. In the first room, you have a mural with some history and lore introducing the world, non-threatening and safe. In the second room, we have a one-time trap showing off traversal-related skills and abilities that will damage the player if they fail, but won't kill them, as it isn't a sustained threat. Think arrow traps, not death pits or rolling boulders. In our third room, we put people, their intentions unclear, the players having to use social skills and role-playing to determine if they're prisoners, refugees, or bandits. The fourth area might have a chasm that has to be crossed or a puzzle to be solved, depending on the game's mechanics, with the final room holding a combat encounter with enemies, saving the more complex play of fighting for the end, once the player's gotten used to rolling dice and adding a number to get a result. In this method, we're only getting a taste of each mechanic, often in short, easily digestible, bite-sized pieces, showing off the concept without lingering on it. These dungeons act not only as tutorial, introducing the various mechanics of play, but also as demo, what video games call a vertical slice, showing off each of the game's systems that players will dive deeper on in the hours ahead. But of course, this is design, this is music, and if we want to squeeze everything out of these approaches, we'll have to combine them in different ways. Because dungeons don't need to be linear, we can explore them in any direction we want. To understand the non-linear approach, we have to imagine a dungeon not with 5 rooms, but with 12 or 15 or 100 of something that exists not merely as tutorial, but as a significant chunk of gameplay in its own right. This too can be intimidating, of wondering how in the hell we're going to make all of these rooms interesting, memorable, and unique. But again, we can rely on these earlier structures to guide our way. First, we have to understand what the main aspects of our game are, the centralized buckets that ideas and mechanics are sorted into. For D&D, we can think of this as like combat, the killing monsters bit, traversal, think like jumping over gaps or navigating traps, social, the bit where you talk to people about stuff, and exploration, which covers everything from solving puzzles and finding secret doors to lore. There's always lore, you can't escape it. We give each of these concepts a simple series of escalations, just like Mario. For this example, we'll limit it to 3 apiece, C1, C2, C3 for combat, T1, T2, and T3 for traversal. Some of these will happen in rooms, and some of these will happen in corridors, with the rooms having the bigger, more pronounced challenges, and corridors having the simpler or shorter ones. This, in turn, gives us some idea or inspiration as to what should actually go in that room, rather than starting from a blank page. The magic here is we can put them in whatever order we like, and the player can discover them in whatever order they please. For example, our first room is E1, the simplest iteration of our exploration pillar. It's an antechamber with murals on the wall, hinting at the lore of our world. The players can interact with it if they wish, but there's no penalty for not doing so. Crucially, 2 corridors split off from this antechamber. To the left is C1, our simplest combat encounter, where a lone slime guards the hallway. To the right is Social 1, holding a mage who wandered down here, got in over their head, and may or may not be waiting to stab us in the back with a well-placed magic missile. The brilliance here is that C1 can lead to whatever kind of room we want. It can lead to Social 2, where another group is searching for that hiding mage, their intent for them unclear. Or Traversal 1, where we have to push through some collapsed rocks, risking exhaustion but not damage. Or Exploration 2, where there's more lore on the walls that, when correctly deciphered, warns us of an upcoming trap or points to a hidden treasure. Players thus lead themselves through the tutorial and introduction. If they hit a challenge they can't solve, either because their characters aren't strong enough or they don't yet understand the concept, they can go back the way they came, discover other rooms and corridors, and continue learning and getting stronger on their adventure. We then use the concept of levels to ensure things never get too out of hand, that concepts don't leapfrog so far ahead that the players don't have a chance of overcoming them. The first level of the dungeon holds the first 3 escalations for each pillar, rooms 1 through 3, but escalations 4, 5, and 6 are safely contained on level 2, the players unable to reach the stairs until they've proven themselves by overcoming challenges to get to the other side of the dungeon. While this is a neat trick on paper, it's even more powerful in the mind of the player. Though it may appear the player has total freedom to explore, this is still a linear structure. After all, you have to clear level 1 before you can get to level 2. You have to clear certain challenges before you can get to others. We, the designers, are in complete control of what a player can reach and win. But to the player, it doesn't feel that way at all. To the player, it feels as though they are in complete control, that they aren't just delving into this dungeon, they're discovering it in whatever order they please. That illusion, that feeling of it being an open dungeon, is a seed I want to plant in your thoughts for later. Speaking of seeds we need to plant for later, let's talk about how all of this intersects with the concept of mastery. The language here is going to get confusing, so we have to establish some vocabulary of our own. In D&D, we talk about dungeon masters. Those are the referees / authors / designers of the game. Then there's Mastering Dungeons, which is a podcast, so I'm going to use the phrase dungeon mastery to describe a psychological phenomenon that happens in the player's mind and is crucial to the success of this type of game. In video games, and I presume life, there is the concept of skill mastery, of slowly learning to play a piano or shoot a bow until you get better. It's one of the fundamental parts of being human, and we see this as a core tenet of RPGs. Our little wizard kills a genocidal amount of woodland creatures so they can level up and cast ever bigger fireballs. More boom means we can kill bigger monsters, which levels us up so we can cast bigger spells. Hey, wait a minute. You see the problem? RPGs have this deeply embedded flaw in their design, that the whole thing is kind of pointless if you stop to think about it. Video games solved this through narrative. We have to get stronger to save the world and see the rest of the story. But that's not as easy to do in a dungeon, especially given how repetitive they can be and how similar they look. You can only kill so many slimes in front of stone walls before you stop caring about saving the world or reaching the bottom. Humans, thankfully, don't just love to learn, they love to explore. And much like the intersection between rooms and corridors, it is the combination of learning and exploring that makes dungeons work, that creates this sense of dungeon mastery. As we learn the game's mechanics, the way in which its dungeons are built, the rules and processes behind their construction, we aren't just mastering our character, we're mastering the dungeon itself. The motivation thus becomes not just to level up, not just to find a loot that makes us cooler or stronger, but to master the world within the defined play space, to master the dungeon, not only through mechanical advantage, but through the knowledge we've developed in our own minds. Consider The Witcher. I'd love me some Witcher, you could probably tell if you've read my books. I started playing the games back in the Witcher 1 days, have since read at least 2 of the books, and seen 2 seasons of that Netflix adaptation. And one of the things I love most about The Witcher in all its forms is how consistent it is. It leads to these amazing moments where I can be reading a short story, see a description of the way a monster behaves, and go, that's a Bruxa, a page and a half before Geralt does the same. It happened when walking down a lonesome road in The Witcher 3, and the frame that lady stuck her face through the ceiling in the Netflix show. That's not a thing happening in Geralt's mind, it's a thing happening in mine, and it feels awesome. You've had the same experience in a game, encountering an enemy and getting your butt kicked, only to learn it's weak to a certain kind of damage that you later employ against it. Or how many of us notice cracks in the wall leading to a secret, or spot a trap before it triggered because of previous knowledge. Hell, it's why every single one of us checks behind waterfalls in video games, because we know there's going to be some treasure back there. That feeling, that concept of mastery is a reward within the game space, in the same way that a cool sword or a level up is, and I want you to remember it for later. I keep saying later because you can see how long the runtime on this video is. I don't just want to talk about dungeon philosophy in theory here, I want to take a look at how these concepts have been employed by some of the most memorable mega dungeons in history, with an obvious focus on video games, as that's where my experience lies. To take a look at how these blocks, these notes, have been combined and arranged by their individual creators. As we go on this journey, I want you to keep these core tenets close in your mind. They'll be the equipment we need to explore, our torch and blade. They are rooms, corridors, levels, illusions, and mastery. The 5 notes that strike a chord and form a melody, the bricks upon which dungeons are made. There's a no context segment this time around. The whole video is the context segment. Way back in 1975, just 1 year after the release of D&D, a fella named Rusty Rutherford makes Dungeon, a mainframe game in which a randomly generated character explores a static dungeon. While astoundingly impressive for the era, it is beyond primitive by the standards of today. And yet, it's instantly recognizable. Hell, the rooms and corridors are even labeled as such. Rogue comes along in 1980, the same year as Pac-Man, bringing with it procedurally generated dungeons aligned to a grid. These are actually pretty simple to code today, consisting of simple arrays and a little logic to connect them. Grab Godot or Unity, watch a few YouTube tutorials, and you can make one of these in a few hours. Rogue's approach of an entirely new character exploring an entirely new dungeon, dying and starting over again in a new place with a new face each time, would eventually form its own genre, the rogue-like. Has anyone made a Doctor Who roguelike? Damn, they should do that. I bet I could design that in like a weekend. Add meta progression through upgrading the TARDIS. Anyway, focus. Designers would eventually take the rogue-like and add a layer of meta progression back in, forming a new genre of its own, the rogue-lite. Which brings us in to NetHack, a 1987 fork of 84's Hack, which was itself inspired by Rogue. We're not going to talk about NetHack as a game so much, Colville's done enough of that already. Instead, we're going to use it as a readily accessible, not to mention free, example of this style of dungeon and its approach to play. NetHack uses a simulation of AD&D's design, with a goal of getting to the bottom, grabbing an amulet, and getting back out. It has 3 major systems, or pillars of play, that being combat, traps, and equipment, with various systemic interactions between them. The big thing that sets it apart, at least from something like Blackmore, is that it's random, the dungeon being made anew every time we enter in a bid to stave off boredom at the expense of dungeon mastery. But even Blackmore, in the dungeons of old D&D, had some randomness to them, advising dungeon masters to collapse corridors, move monsters around, or otherwise spice things up on repeated journeys. This was a compromise of design, attempting to make the dungeon feel fresh without requiring the dungeon master to spool out labyrinths by the dozen over the course of a campaign. With NetHack, they're simply using computers to do all the work. And again, the programming here isn't tricky. You just establish a baseline set of rules for where rooms and corridors are allowed to be, what size and shape, where they go, and what monsters or items are allowed to be in them on each floor, and let the artisanal algorithm do the rest for you. This ensures each level is navigable, that there is a viable path to traverse, and that you don't accidentally spawn an Elder Dragon on level 1. The same is true of rewards and experience in any other ramping gameplay system. We tie the generation to the levels, so that we only get a little gold or a weak sword on level 1, but get better gear the farther down we go. Randomness under constraints is very good at producing quantity, but not especially great at providing quality, something LLMs are trying to turn into an entire business model built off of stolen work. By relying on randomness, we get infinite dungeons, but it's much harder to determine how valuable a player's experience will be in any one level or any one room. The concepts of escalating challenges and progress gates are sacrificed on the altar of infinite replayability. Randomness doesn't break the core gameplay loops of clearing rooms and corridors, of gaining levels or descending to lower floors, but it does lose the authorial intent within those floors. It can lead to corridors stuffed with enemies, traps and nonsensical locations, empty rooms, and unguarded chests left out in the open to feel, well, random. You can fix this through additional clamping, building preset rooms, making sure they spawn only on certain levels, or having the room pick from a list of concepts and complexities, generating them on the fly. But the more clamping you do, the less random the dungeon becomes, and at some unknown tipping point, you're better off designing the thing by hand. The end result of actually playing NetHack is less Mario 1-1 and more finding a scroll, accidentally blinding yourself, roaming the darkness until healed by the mercy of time, only to stumble through the wrong door and get one-shotted by a goblin. I like to imagine him taking my head clean off as I walked through the door, but that's just me. Dying, of course, takes all our progress away. New character, new dungeon, new layout, items, unlabeled scrolls, and potions. This should erase all our mastery, all our understanding of the dungeon and its challenges, but it doesn't thanks to those programming constraints. And NetHack still has rules, after all, systems the computer uses to generate the dungeons and its monsters, and those rules are predictable even when the layout is not. We, the player, now know, even if our character does not, that eating unidentified mold is a bad idea, that hidden passages can lead to new treasures, and that starvation is just as likely to kill us as any kitten. It leads to playthroughs like the one in which my squishy wizard found some badly needed leather armor, only for it to be cursed and far too heavy, but which an earlier run taught me I could remove through using holy water. I was then free to find my way to a hobbit who, when murdered, there's some passive language for you, dropped mithril armor, presumably once belonging to Bilbo. Only upon wearing it, my wizard could suddenly no longer cast spells. Another curse, perhaps, which is a problem given spellcasting is the only thing he's good for. Turns out, in NetHack, mithril acts as a magic Faraday cage. Magic can't get in, but it also can't get out, which I only figured out after my untimely death at the hands of a hobgoblin I literally couldn't hit to save my life. NetHack is a weird game. It's not about mastering this dungeon, but the logic of all dungeons. We accumulate lessons learned that help us anticipate, prepare for, and navigate dangers because we've seen their ilk before. Compare and contrast to Blackmoor, which has players building mastery through the advancement of a single character and navigating the layout of a single dungeon. Or virtually any roguelite, building mastery through perseverance across many generations, creating an ever higher foundation that lifts all players equally. The concept of randomly generated dungeons carries forth into the games of today, and while they each have their own approach and advances, the underlying ideas remain the same. So for this video, we're going to focus on the other evolutionary path of intentional static layouts and author challenges, bringing us rather neatly to 1981's Wizardry. Made just 1 year after Rogue, it harkens to a more familiar design, one reminiscent of Blackmoor or Rutherford's Dungeon. We play not a single character, but as a party, descending down the many levels of a grid-based dungeon divided into rooms and corridors. But its inspirations go deeper than what lies beneath Blackmoor, with Wizardry looking not just below, but above. Adding a town doesn't just bring with it a new layer of systems or mechanics, it alters the gameplay loop of the dungeon and the psychology of the player. In a townless dungeon, something like NetHack or Legend of Grimrock, we are cut off from the outside world. from rest and resupply with no choice but to press on. Often in such games, the only way to heal is to sit and do nothing, passing time while our wounds stitch themselves back together, with the game maintaining narrative and mechanical tension through an attrition mechanic, such as hunger, ever driving us on towards more resources and our eventual goal, across the path of more monsters and challenges to overcome. This works because not only does retreating cost us precious food, there's rarely anything to be gained from it. Loot we've already grabbed, monsters that no longer grant enough experience to level. All cost, no benefit. But by getting rid of hunger and bringing a town into the mix, games like Wizardry and Blackmore shift our focus, creating an additional gameplay loop in the process. Now, instead of pushing on deeper and deeper unto death or victory, we push into the dungeon only until our health or supplies run low, and then retreat back to town, resupplying before making another attempt, another run. It takes the limited runs of something like Rogue or NetHack and removes player death, instead bringing us back to the start, tying off another gameplay loop before we try again. The structure and layout of the dungeon is also pretty familiar, consisting of rooms and corridors, with larger open spaces here and there. Enemy placement is random, as is their diplomatic stance, with some being peaceful, making it our choice whether or not to attack. The rooms here are less pronounced set pieces and more like closets to hold monsters or treasure. The corridors are the standard fare, linking rooms and areas, with smaller monster encounters littered throughout. The smaller mobs are quickly pushed aside, but steadily drain our limited resources, be it health, spell slots, or other items. They maintain tension and cause attrition, but rarely provide a significant challenge compared to rooms that hold stronger mobs and drop treasure chests when defeated, guaranteeing some level of reward. Puzzles, set pieces, and points of interest tend to be out in the dungeon, and larger open areas that are easy to find and navigate back to. This is no accident, the original game requiring you to map out your location on grid paper, with landmarks within the dungeon helping to jog the player's memory as they wander around. Thankfully, we're playing in a more civilized age with auto-mapping. This classic formula creates a cycle of tension and release, of switching between the slower, creeping exploration of corridors, in which we might get jump-scared by a random encounter, and the dread of seeing a closed door, and gambling what's on the other side, an empty room, or a difficult fight. Ironically, it's the rooms that give us tunnel vision, narrowing our focus to the threat directly in front of us, while corridors have us glancing all around, looking for where to go next. One final point to remember about the layout is this space doesn't make any sense architecturally. It looks reasonable, stone walls and creepy statues all around, but it doesn't make human sense. It isn't a real place. There's no bathrooms, no HVAC systems, no plumbing. It's a maze artificially arranged for play, of fantasy and whimsy to challenge the player. Secret rooms full of endless corridors, routes shrouded in magical darkness, silver keys, and shrines to Murphy's ghost. All here not because they make sense to the world they're in, but which provide an interesting location for the player to explore. This exploration eventually results in us running out of resources, our health drained, our spells spent, forcing us to retreat. This causes an interesting shift in the player's psychology. Some mental awareness always tied to the shortest path, leading us out of the dungeon and back to the safety of town. It's this ethereal tether like the lifeline on a spacewalk, breadcrumbs we can follow home, lest we die down here and lose these characters. This, in turn, alters our relationship with each run, each excursion. In NetHack or Grimrock or other dungeons of their ilk, we have to be really careful with what battles we choose to fight, risking health, food, and other supplies when there's only a finite supply with nowhere to get more. The trade-off being that less fights means less experience, fewer levels gained to prepare us for harder foes ahead. In Wizardry, because we have that lifeline, that place to retreat back to and heal up, we are directly incentivized to stab every threat, explore every room, click on every weird statue. This allows us to steadily accrue more loot and experience at the high cost of blood and sweat, eventually forcing the retreat. But that experience gained those levels helps us push back into the dungeon, digging further than we did before, defeating the dungeon inch by precious inch. Thus, in an almost roguelite fashion, we achieve mastery not through a single character or a party, but a legion of them. Each party engages in a series of microloops that feed into larger ones. First, the standard gameplay of exploring and clearing rooms and corridors. Then of each level of the dungeon being a loop in and of itself, existing alongside and intersecting with a loop of a specific run. All of which is contained within a wider long-term loop of building up a roster of powerful heroes that are capable of conquering anything they encounter, aided by navigational experience and lessons learned, built up in the player's own brain. While runs into the dungeon may be limited, may end prematurely, forcing an early retreat because we had an unlikely encounter or made some poor decision, they don't feel wasted because we're always emerging with more experience and treasure than we went in with. The only danger here, the only risk, is in losing specific characters. In Wizardry, not even a TPK results in game over. You just grab some fresh heroes and start again, eased by there being no meta timer of defeat like in XCOM. This may seem a grace or mercy afforded to the player, and it definitely helps prevent a player getting soft-locked, but its more important role is enforcing that gameplay loop of cementing the relationship between characters and systems that exist in a player's mind. A lot harder to take some great risk when it could mean losing a character we've put a lot of time into. The choice to bug out to hit the eject button is always there, present in our minds, aided by the steadily rising cost of resurrections, made even more expensive depending on the character's level. That too is a choice, one cleverly built into the game's economy. Do we spend all that gold to revive a powerful ally, or do we take a free recruit and use that gold to buy equipment that would prevent them from dying in the first place? That's assuming you didn't leave the body behind in the dungeon as the party fled to preserve their own skins. Turns out, possession of a corpse is a prerequisite for resurrection. This approach to dungeon design brings with it upsides and downsides. Authored levels means we can better plan for challenges and connections between them. A key found on level 2 can open a chest that won't be encountered until level 4, providing the promise of reward, or the incentive to backtrack and more thoroughly explore the space. Hints and lore on level 3 can help us open a secret passage on level 1, giving us something to do there on future trips through or when heading back out. Holes in the floor are another good trick, acting as traps for the unsuspecting, dropping us into areas we aren't prepared for, but once mapped provide a handy shortcut to lower floors. A static dungeon allows us to plan optimal routes through, provides a sense of mastery in seeing every nook and cranny, and ensures a nice, smooth difficulty curve as we move from level to level, with areas or floors themed to certain challenges and enemies. The obvious downside is boredom, growing tired of seeing the same rooms in the same order, the same enemies, and solved challenges. The less obvious downside, created by the Sanctuary of Town in the mental tether that comes with it, is there's basically never a reason to push ahead past what's safe to do so. The optimal way to play, even if it's the most boring, is to simply grind in safer areas, tiptoeing into unfamiliar waters, retreating at the first sign of difficulty or danger, less a pulse-pounding adventure, and more like rain eroding a mountain. You can offset this by loot, by powerful magic items or advanced equipment that will make subsequent runs easier, faster, or more interesting, giving us that added incentive to push just that little bit more in the hopes of finding something cool, but Wizardry forgoes this. The game is rather stingy with its items, leaving us to trundle home with basic shields and simple weapons, copies of things we already have, existing only to be sold. Nowadays, we call this stuff vendor trash, functionally gold with extra steps. An excellent case study for this style of dungeon is the aforementioned Legend of Grimrock, which is just a phenomenal dungeon crawler you should go play. Another good case study is Volbrace, one of the games included in the modern retro anthology UFO 50. Like a lot of the things in UFO 50, it's a cool outline of a concept that I think would work better in its own standalone game, but which gives us another lens to view this structure of a modern designer deliberately trying to evoke old sensibilities through more recent mechanics. It's a static dungeon with just an awesome little combat system, revamping the turn-based fights into a brilliant combination of Dark Souls and Punch-Out. It has permadeath, sort of, the game checkpoints with each level we get to, with no saves during a level, and no way to get back upstairs, meaning we can go down a level but be too weak to survive it. While a lot of fun, you should check it out if you can, Volbrace suffers from a lack of modern quality of life features in the name of difficulty. That's kind of an unfair criticism given that's the design intent behind much of UFO 50, but I point it out because not only does it make for an interesting compare and contrast with modern design, I think Volbrace could be a strong hit if realized as a full game with modern sensibilities. Let's look at a few isolated examples and discuss why they may have been accepted in the past, but no longer work in the present. First, there's the lack of an auto map, wanting players to get out the pen and paper. For those in the comments, there is a map in this game, but you can't scroll it and it doesn't persist across deaths. I'm using it to illustrate a point, cut me some slack. This style of design made more sense when computing power was limited and in which people had more time on their hands. But nowadays, very few people are going to take the time to get out the pen and paper, and those who do are deliberately looking for that challenge. Everyone else is just going to open the map on a second screen because we have those now. It's why games like Grimrock have it exist as a toggle, letting players opt into that challenge rather than require it. Being able to see the stats of our equipment matters for the same reason. Back then, players were meant to experiment, developing mastery through observation and risk, or to discuss it around the playground. But players today will just look it up. It's the reason why I bounced off early Minecraft back when it didn't have the recipe book, not wanting to waste time brute forcing combinations or checking the wiki. Ditto for the spellbooks in this game, which we have to write down ourselves, or the thrones, which are the only place we can level up, have to be discovered, and disappear once we've used them. I guess they're doing this so we can't outlevel the challenge, but a soft lock is just as likely. It also means we aren't incentivized for engaging in combat, monsters serving only as attrition rather than as a means of progress. All obstacle, no development. Again, it's not entirely fair to beat up on Volbrace. It's made by a small team with a specific design ethos in mind, and it has a lot of cool elements to its dungeon design. Bits like this 3 fountain trap where 2 are poison and 1 heals us is cool. Quality of life features like not being able to accidentally fall down bottomless pits is nice. Boulder traps you can avoid by walking backwards quickly enough. Take this same engine with its excellent combat and give it the ability to travel between floors, more traditional leveling, a map, and get rid of exhausting shields. We already have stamina for that, it's just a double whammy that doesn't need to be there, and I think you have a really special dungeon crawler on your hands. As is, in its old school form, I hit the slime tunnels with their shifting pools of poison and decided my time was better spent elsewhere. Cool game though. Looking back over all of these, we see the traditional dungeon, either through randomness or authorial intent, is simple but effective. It takes basic mechanics like combat or player skills and creates areas dedicated to those challenges. Corridors are often focused on traversal, exploration, and secrets, with rooms geared towards larger combat, puzzles, or set pieces with greater rewards to pay off the added danger. Regardless of their system, tension is maintained primarily by some sort of attrition mechanic. In NetHack or Grimrock, hunger is a cudgel whipping us forward, deeper into danger. In Wizardry, health and spell slots are a fuel tank, forcing a return to base when we get too low. These systems add pressure to the line, keeping it taut while reinforcing the game's loops and creating loops of their own. Really, this is no different from an overland style of play. While one may feature cramped corridors and closets, the other vast wilderness and points of interest. Both use incentive and attrition to control when and where a player goes. Both are nodal systems, using their mechanics to control the flow between them. The second big divergence in design after random or authored is the town, a concept which existed right at the very start with the castle high above Blackmoor. It adds an entire new dimension to play, providing both a narrative breather and a mechanical reset. It forms a firm separation in the pace of play, in the same way different floors within a dungeon can, or the doors between rooms. The town serves not only as a place to rest and restock, but as a launch pad for smaller adventures, for dedicated excursions with their own goals set by the player, to reach a new floor, or solve a particular puzzle, or just get some experience and loot that will make the next run easier. It also allows us to sell the gear we no longer need, laundered into more useful items or supplies, maintaining that reward for the player. These ideas of limited runs with defined goals, of leaving with either experience, better weapons, or just trash we can sell, means every delve into the dungeon feels like progress, no matter how tangible. Dying in NetHack and losing everything can make it feel like we've just wasted hours of our life, even if we had fun playing it. But here, death just results in coughing up coin to bring a character back, or starting with a new recruit under the party's wing. Most importantly of all, it gives players a reason to keep coming back to the game, to dive ever deeper and see what they can recover before retreating for a breather. Playing in smaller, more manageable chunks when they have time, in between longer excursions to see just how deep they can go, to see what awaits them on the next adventure, the next floor, the next dungeon. When talking video game dungeons, there is one standout entry we all immediately think of: Blizzard's 1996 entry, Diablo. And I'm gonna level with you, Diablo was never one of mine. The Tristram theme is still an all-time bop, but the core loop of clicking on things so we can level up to click on more things doesn't appeal to me. It's why I never got into MMOs. Even all these years later, Diablo mostly exists to give me Hellbreath flashbacks. But this is a video about dungeon design, so yeah, we're gonna have to play Diablo again. The things I do in the name of science. It occurs to me that some of you may have not actually played Diablo before, given the very real possibility you're half my age. For those not in the know, Diablo is a dungeon crawler, both static and procedural. The dungeon is random, but made only once, generated that one time when you start the game, and static from then on out. Not only does the floor plan remain the same, but enemies don't respawn. There are no random encounters, and what you kill stays dead. Combat is also real time, but that's less important for our purposes. We start in a creepy town with just the best soundtrack and descend into the crypts beneath the church. So far, so Blackmoor. The layout of these floors is less rooms and corridors and more rooms, bigger rooms, and rooms within rooms. Enemies aren't placed with what we might call authorial intent, instead littered anywhere and everywhere. Single enemies are weak to the point of being furniture, mobs strong enough to induce terror, and even seasoned adventurers. Light and illumination play a key factor in seeing enemies before they chew your face off, echoing the surprise of random encounters and reinforcing the gothic horror setting. Killing enemies causes them to explode into piles of gold, weapons, or other items, with treasure, traps, switches, and everything else just kind of all over the place. It's less a carefully designed maze and more a box of Warhammer minis spilled across the floor, foregoing considered challenges for an undying horde that we have to crawl through, level after level, floor after floor, like clocking into a mine of the undead. With the floors static and the enemies staying dead, there are only a finite amount of resources on each level. This means the only real way to play is to poke into every corner, kill every creature, and grab every item before moving on to the next, like some kind of strip mining necromancer. We simply can't take the risk of passing up experience, as we're going to need all of it. A cleared floor thus loses any purpose, with no reason to revisit them, existing merely as a sign of past conquest, serving only to artificially extend the walking time back to town, though this will later be mitigated through the use of items and shortcuts. Compare and contrast with Wizardry, which had the same slog out of the dungeon, but maintained tension through the risk of losing party members, and the slog back in, which provided experience and loot, even in minor amounts. But Diablo brings with it more than a new way to think about dungeons. It gives us a new way to think about inventory. The other games we've looked at used an encumbrance system for the player's inventory, recognizable in the modern day in everything from Skyrim to Kingdom Come Deliverance to Cyberpunk. Players can shove as many items in their packs as they want, provided they have the strength to carry it all. While annoying, especially when crawling to the nearest shopkeep, these systems provide an important limitation on play. It forces us to make choices regarding the things we carry, the equipment most relevant to both our character and the challenges they're likely to face. And it ensures we can't bring infinite food or health potions, that attrition remains a viable part of play to maintain the narrative and mechanical tension intended by the designer. I feel like I'm using that phrase a lot without actually explaining the concept. Narrative tension is, we only have 6 hours to save the Earth. Mechanical tension is, fuck, I'm down to my last spell slot. Both are important aspects of RPGs. So Diablo, the game we're actually talking about, gets rid of weight and adopts a system of space. After all, it doesn't matter how strong you are, only so much crap will fit into a rucksack, as every camper well knows. In Diablo, items take up a certain number of blocks, aligned on a rectangular grid. I'm unsure if Diablo was the first to do this, and am admittedly too lazy to look it up, but it turns up in lots of places, from Deus Ex to Resident Evil 4, and is just a damn brilliant bit of design. Consumables, be they potions or scrolls, only take up one square. This makes them easy to add to our load, keeping us in the fight, only becoming a problem if we carry too many, choking out space for more useful items. Armor and weapons take up a lot more, quickly filling out the inventory, forcing us to decide what to take and what to leave behind. This is not only a choice of what to equip, but what to sell. This item may be bigger, but will also sell for a lot more. Or the opposite, cheap but plentiful items, more useful in aggregate. They reinforce that choice with 2 additional stipulations. 1, we don't automatically heal when returning to town, we have to pay for that service, meaning coin and potions are always useful, not merely a luxury. Second, most magic items need to be identified before their true value is revealed, meaning we might just end up carrying back a bunch of junk. While you could implement all that in a standard weight system, the added metric of blocks forces us to choose between different types of items. In most games, the only difference between a sword and an axe are the type of damage done and how much. This one does piercing, that one's slashing, or this one swings slower but hits harder, or has a bigger range in its random damage. But in Diablo, the axes take up more squares and in a different pattern, adding another layer to the decision. It's a devilishly brilliant little system, if you can forgive the pun. The other thing to keep in mind here is that A, there is a class system, and B, there is only one character. In a traditional party, everything is useful to somebody. We divvy up the items between their relevant classes like a family at a potluck. And in a classless game, things like Elder Scrolls or Cyberpunk, everything is useful to the player in some fashion or another, depending on the situation or preferred playstyle. Here in Diablo, where we have one class and one character, an item's usefulness is examined directly through that lens. Because I'm playing a mage, swords and axes hold no value for me, aside from funding my expensive lifestyle of spellbooks and mana potions. Scrolls are hardly worth the effort to cast, let alone carry, and are easier to transport for selling than a set of armor. But for a fighter, those dropped weapons could have a big impact on how much damage they can do, and are thus worth the effort to haul back to town and identify, while mana potions are worth only what they can be traded for. These changes are small, almost insignificant, but it's in those minor divergences that we find a new game, one that plays significantly different than others in its genre. Diablo focuses on action and adrenaline rather than exploration or planning. There's no real route to plan, no safety to retreat back to. Instead, ripping and tearing our way through hell, clearing every corner as we go. The anticipation, the horror, comes from wondering just how big the enemies will get and how many of them are waiting around the next corner. You never really get lost in Diablo, you just get surrounded, which directly ties into the game's layout. The rooms within rooms, larger and wider spaces, helping us to see and prepare for enemies, but also hiding foes out of sight, ambushing us from the shadows, and cutting off a retreat. Doors play a vital role as choke points, turning mobs into manageable queues. Within these larger, randomly generated levels, Diablo inserts handcrafted sub-dungeons that show a more intentional design. While the main dungeons can be set in anything from caves to crypts to libraries and castles, it can all blur together, especially with repetitive tile sets. The sub-dungeons mix things up, bringing in custom art assets, introducing new enemies, and carefully placed traps. You can see, for example, how much better the Skeleton King's lair is over the wider dungeon, resembling a real space with levers, doors, enemies, and loot placed with clear purpose and intent, compared to the main dungeon, where traps and secrets are placed with no real reason between them, more an excuse to add variety than to damage or reward the player. NPCs are also here in various points throughout the dungeon, often offering some sort of quest or challenge with a reward for completing them, telling little stories along the way. This deviates little from standard play, but does provide a nice break from all the clicking and killing. As with the rest of its genre, the lower we go, the more dangerous things get, with Diablo using tile sets and shortcuts to give clear evidence of progression, from the walls of a man-made crypt to the rough-hewn rock of caves. The Rhino Blood Church is pretty cool, not really a puzzle per se, but rewards us with unique magic armor for our trouble. And overall, the procedural generation works pretty well within the catacombs, creating rooms within rooms, temples within caves, all crawling with enemies and chock full of items. The room flooded with skeletons is probably the best part of the game, and shows how well the extra time to make handcrafted areas can really pay off. Not all of Diablo's attributes are positive, and I think there are two main drawbacks to its design. First, the enemy's actions are entirely limited to running up and hitting you with melee or shooting with close-range bows or spells. This means enemy design is constricted to how an enemy moves rather than how it fights or how you fight them. They change this up as much as they can within the limited moveset. Little guys who are quick, rhino guys who charge like your Spider-Man, invisible guys who can move unseen, and guys who can teleport. It's great that they're trying to squeeze everything they can out of this one mechanic. That's just good economy of design, but there is only one mechanic that they are squeezing, and it runs dry pretty quick. Second, having both the main dungeon and the sub-dungeons shows how not great the random generation is, an especially odd choice to make given they only do it once. While I'm sure many people replayed the game back in the day, did those different layouts really feel different? The sub-dungeons are so much better looking with more interesting enemies and challenges, it's hard not to wish the entire game was made that way. Third, the optional sub-dungeons aren't optional at all. They aren't significantly harder than the normal levels, so there's no risk in not trying to beat them. The loot is often much better, and even without that incentive, we need to hoover up all the XP we can find, and a lot of it is squirreled away in those sub-dungeons. The result is less an additional adventure we're choosing to go on, and more like pulling overtime in the mines, carving out smaller tunnels before returning to the big one. Already we can see that seemingly small choices, such as the layout of a dungeon and the structure of its economy, can have a big impact on how a game feels, even within the narrow confines of rooms and corridors. A few minutes ago, I mentioned that dungeons were nodal. The rooms are the round bits, the corridors, the lines between them. Overworlds are also nodal. You have points of interest, be they towns or dungeons, and you have the roads that connect them. The only real difference is that overworlds allow you to travel in the spaces between, even if there isn't much reason to do so. This is more than a spatial symmetry. It's a mechanical one. In a dungeon, the rooms are pronounced challenges, the corridors more focused on attrition, and that's largely true for an overworld. The bandit camps and fallen ruins hold the interesting encounters, with the wilds home to roaming animals or smaller groups of bad guys, to whittle away our resources and keep things interesting. You can see this clearly by looking at Diablo, the sub-dungeons being smaller, more focused bits of play within a wider open space. It's no different than having mini dungeons scattered through an overworld, discovered through exploration, completed in their own pocket dimension before dumping us back into the overworld. You know, like Zelda. I know it sounds like I'm finally off my rocker. There's no denying these worlds feel different. But look at the original 1986 Legend of Zelda, and you can see how thin the illusion is. The dungeons are rooms placed within a grid, but so is the overworld. They have different art assets, sure, but mechanically we traverse and interact with these spaces in the exact same way. Zelda's overworld, at least as far as the systems and controls of the game are concerned, is a dungeon. Pokemon does this same trick. Go watch the Viridian Forest episode. Compare and contrast the Ultima series with Moonring. In Ultima, we traverse the world with one set of mechanics, but fight with an entirely different system. And in Moonring, we use the same mechanics and movement for both above and below. Zelda's overworld, with its fewer enemies and wider open areas, isn't random, but feels less authored, less intentful than the tightly packed layouts of the temples. The enemies here are easier to avoid, the challenges focused on traversal and dodging attrition, compared to the temples, in which enemies are closer in, the danger more immediate. Zelda plays with these concepts further, with an oops all rooms approach to dungeon design. The simple square grids holding both combat and traversal, though combat is the greater focus. The dungeons can be played in any order, but once inside, we see the same linear set of escalating challenges we would expect from Mario. No surprise given the overlap in creative teams. We have rooms with a bunch of blobs in the open, able to grab the key and run around them. Then a room with the same slimes, but restricted movement, having to fight through at least a few of them. And finally, blobs with traps. Each room is short, easily overcome, and clearly communicated through immediate visuals and observation. Or, in that same dungeon, we have 3 difficult knights we can simply walk past, and then those same knights in a room that requires us to kill them. It's a skill-based progression gate, preventing us from moving on until we've mastered the concept. Another thing which shows up in Viridian Forest, as we discussed in that video. There's no leveling or experience in Zelda, so enemies serve merely as a means for attrition as we navigate the dungeon. No real reason to fight them outside of the rooms that require it. Routes don't so much as branch as they do loop, key doors being the primary means of controlling the player's progression through the space, forcing us to solve challenges and collect keys to open the path ahead. Another strange thing to say out loud is that Zelda has no real economy. I mean, rubies drop from enemies and there are shops to buy shields, consumables, bombs, and the like, so it might be more accurate to say that Zelda doesn't have loot, but I think that bypasses how incidental the economy is to the game's design. The consumables exist in shops as little more than a failsafe in case enemies don't drop them. The shelves dotted with optional equipment that slots closer to abilities than traditional weapons or armor. What's really interesting about revisiting the original Zelda is how it handles those items and the bosses of each dungeon. My faulty memory led me to the 3rd dungeon first, getting absolutely wrecked by the boss. The dungeon itself had no item to recover, which meant not only did I lack an ace in the hole to use against the boss, I got no reward for my trouble, retreating from the dungeon with nothing to show for it. Then, in finding the actual first dungeon, I got both the bow and the boomerang, the latter of which the dragon boss of the dungeon is immune to. At least killing it rewards us with a heart piece, raising our total health, and a piece of the Triforce, the narrative goal of the game. Looking back at the original now, we can see all the parts of what would become Zelda's iconic design, just not assembled in the right order. Moving on to Zelda 2, which comes up a lot on this channel for some reason, we see many changes to the formula. The overworld and dungeons no longer share the same language, even if fighting enemies does. We have experience and leveling now, which changes our relationship to said enemies, and then there's the obvious shift from 2D top-down to 2D vertical, but this has less of an impact than you might imagine. The dungeons are now all corridors, but the basic principle of combat rooms and traversal rooms, of keys and puzzles, are all still present. Even the combat, which feels far different, is using a similar thought process. One of the reasons the rooms in Zelda 1 are square is because the combat and navigation both center around positioning within that grid, Link only able to move and stab in the cardinal directions. Like Diablo, enemies are only able to move and act in the same fashion, limiting their possibilities to basic patterns. In Zelda 2, that mentality of positioning and stabbing remains, only shifted, now focused on up and down, resulting in a fluid system of blocks and stabs like a primitive Souls game. But the real thing I want to focus on here is how it handles items, iterating on the concept from the first game. In Zelda 2, each dungeon we delve introduces a signature piece of equipment we're meant to retrieve, acting as the main mechanical draw for braving the dungeon. Risk entering the dungeon, get rewarded with a new bit of gear. However, unlike later games in the series, the item we retrieve isn't required to complete the dungeon it's in. The first dungeon gives us the candle, for example, but there's nothing in the dungeon that forces us to use it. We can beat the entire dungeon and kill the boss without ever touching it, doubling back only once we need it. Instead, the candle is required outside the dungeon, helping us traverse certain passages in the overworld, gating when and where we can go. Pokemon does this same trick with its HM abilities. No, it's the best Zelda which completes the circle. 1991's A Link to the Past, Never Trust Anyone Who Calls It Zelda 3, cements the structure of this series. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because first we need to talk about the castle. You know, I've beaten this game dozens of times and never realized you can actually talk to these guards. Anyway, the castle is brilliant and you should replay it. First, it functions as the game's tutorial, integrating seamlessly into play while fitting into the logic of the world. This isn't a dungeon of endless mazes like Wizardry or a random collection of boxes painted to look like a crypt in Diablo. The castle is a location we would expect to find in this world, arranged in a logical manner. It's not actually a real place, you can tell because it doesn't have bathrooms, but also because the hallways don't especially lead anywhere. There are no mop closets or areas for staff, none of the incidental bits of architecture we would expect to find, but it also doesn't need them. The castle carries enough of the shape of a real place that our imagination fills in the rest. As for the castle's structure, it's split into 3 phases, 3 acts, with the first dropping us into the castle, meeting our dying mentor as the inciting incident, giving way to the open exploration of the castle's upper floors. The second act has us descending into the castle's dungeon, literally a dark middle chapter, until rescuing Zelda in the flight to Sanctuary. This isn't just good dungeon design, it's good storytelling, and shows how effective it can be to marry the two. This structure exists not only in narrative and in layout, but in art too. Each of these 3 acts has different enemy types, different keys or levers to open doors, varying textures and color palettes to distinguish them from one another, providing both mechanical and aesthetic separation, while further adding to the illusion that this place exists. The basement looks like a dungeon because that's what sits beneath a castle. We need keys to open doors because of course they'd be locked. The water within the sewer provides graphical and auditory variants, making it appear as something other than just another castle corridor. Even the sliding block puzzles and switch traps are instantly accepted within the logic of the world, all while tutorializing recurring elements we'll see throughout the game. Hell, this one T intersection has 3, including a kill door, an enemy we need to defeat to get a key, and the boomerang, teaching the important lesson that we can find equipment in dungeons. It's just brilliant design backed by one of the best soundtracks ever made. The first temple shows other ways Zelda implements more traditional traversal traps into its cardinal combat, with hidden switches, cannonball rooms, and killer orbs. More importantly, it cements the evolution of Zelda's dungeon design with 2 important elements. The first being how it employs keys, and the second being how it employs items, the 2 directly tied together. I think people of the past generally felt that Zelda dungeons were non-linear, open in their design, allowing the player to traverse how they pleased, but as Mark Brown has shown in his excellent series Boss Keys, links below, that really isn't the case. This is more illusion at play, but it's a really powerful one that serves the interest of both designer and player. To put it simply, Zelda uses the idea of keys to limit where and when a player can go within a specific zone or chunk of the dungeon. You can move freely within that space between various rooms, but you can't get to the next zone until you use the key. This is easy to see from a map, but harder for the player to pick up on, in between fighting monsters and exploring the dungeon. For example, imagine a chunk of dungeon with 4 rooms and 2 doors, arranged in a T-shape. We enter at the bottom with the exit in the top right, and the key in the top left. Upon entering, we get to exploring, fighting, and all the rest. Upon reaching the middle room, we'll call that B, we have a choice to go left or right. We go right, fight a bit, find the locked door, and realize we need a key. So we backtrack to room B and then head left. Find a puzzle, solve a puzzle, get the key, and open the door, allowing us to continue on to the next part of the dungeon. There was only ever one correct path, one sequence that would result in us getting the key and moving on to the next area. But the player doesn't know that. The player only thinks they're wandering around, steadily solving the dungeon. Where Nintendo gets really clever are bits where the dungeon loops back on itself, cutting across routes we could previously see but not interact with. While the dungeon is still entirely linear, this zigzagging creates the illusion that the entire dungeon is open, that if we only had the right knowledge or tools, the entire thing would be accessible. This is where the items come in, as they grant the traversal that allows us to cut back and forth across the dungeon. In effect, the item is another key. As we explore the dungeon, we see all these things we can't interact with, no different than a door we can't open. Once we finally reach the item, we can double back across the space, opening up new branching paths, making the whole thing feel non-linear when there was only ever one sequence to solve it. This may sound like a trick or a limitation, but it is absolute genius, allowing the designer to create a predictable space for play with intentional progression of challenges and concepts without, if you can forgive an overly technical term, the game-breaking fuckery players like to get up to. And the player, for their part, doesn't feel railroaded. They approach the dungeon less as a kid's haunted house ride and more a ruin they're exploring and solving on their own terms, with their own agency in whatever order they please. While a lot of work, it's a lovely middle ground between the two approaches, taking the strengths of both linear and non-linear design. And that structure, at least in hindsight, feels pretty obvious. Explore a dungeon, use challenges and keys to open up new areas, all the while seeing something that needs an item to solve. Get roughly halfway through the dungeon, find said item, use it to cut across the dungeon along new routes until fighting a boss that is defeated through the use of said item. It may be the smartest formula across all of dungeon design, but there is a further hidden brilliance that ripples out from it. For starters, it helps add variety, breaking up the use of standard predictable keys. But it also creates another progress gate, one not of the dungeon, but for the item itself. We have to prove we know what we're doing with the item before we're allowed to move on. In effect, the dungeon is a tutorial for that item. In the first temple, for example, we find these scary green guards who we can't kill. The only way to defeat them is by using pots. Then we get the bow and arrow, which kills them super easy. But the game has no real way of knowing how we're doing that. We could still be using the pots and not the bow. So it gives us this room, with a red guard we have to kill that is immune to the pot trick. We have to prove we know how to use the bow if we want to proceed. The same is true for the boss, needing the item to kill it, providing a narrative and mechanical climax to both the dungeon and the item. Now this is the real hat trick, so stick with me. All of this means that the designer has to build the dungeon around the concept of that item. Again, that may seem obvious, but think about the challenge the designer faces of the blank page. Where other games end up with endless boxes and corridors all looking and feeling the same, Zelda solves the problem not through randomness and not through layout, but through those items. The first phase of the dungeon, walking around and getting keys, means we have plenty of space for normal rooms, enemies, and traversal. But the creation of the item and of designing the dungeon around it means we have to create unique enemies and unique traversal for that item. Enemies that can only be killed with it, or switches that can only be hit by it. They do the same thing for the hookshot and everything else. This not only helps us, the designer, figure out what to build, it ensures through its very nature that all of these dungeons will look and feel different to the player. We then take all of the unique elements and fold them back into the overworld, making it more visually and mechanically interesting, nestled with secrets that the player will slowly solve over the course of the game as they get each new item. Each dungeon then builds up the skill set of the player, both in their mechanical understanding of the world and the literal tools they have to solve it. Directly compare that to Diablo, which is a game of boxes in which we walk towards things and hit them, and they do the same to us. The crypts and the caverns look different, they may even feel different to an extent, but they don't play different. Zelda is able to get such memorable dungeons out of its design because that entire design is anchored to those items and how they impact play. It's genius. This format follows the series into 3D with 1998's Ocarina of Time. While adding a vertical dimension allowing us to look up and down, the dungeon can still easily be laid out in paper. The verticality more illusion, aside from the occasional suicide dive. The Great Deku Tree, while less diegetic than a castle, fits within the fairy tale logic of a kid's story, using the same format we've discussed to introduce the slingshot, which we need to hit switches and kill the big bug boss. Like A Link to the Past, there's no reward here aside from the item itself and the heart piece we get at the end. The real benefit is one of narrative, of getting to see more of the story. There are towns, and those towns usually hold a shop of some kind, but those continue their purpose of being fail-safes for when enemies don't drop enough of a given consumable, and for holding various quest givers, even if the game doesn't identify them as such. Towns aren't even used to heal, given that monsters and plants drop health as readily as they drop money. The game doesn't want you returning to town during the exploration of a dungeon, temples being meant to be seen through in one go, and instead includes towns as a place to go when journeying between two dungeons, the overworld being a hub to link them, providing a narrative and mechanical break between tests of skill. Compare and contrast with, say, Red Dead 2, Zelda using its towns and open world closer to it than, say, Wizardry or Blackmoor. But Ocarina has its share of examples to give and lessons to teach all on its own. One of my favorites is the Royal Crypt, the first bit of this game I ever saw over at my cousin's house. We use a special song to open up the crypt, it's another illusory key, and then get a charming little 3-room dungeon. Room 1 has some bats we have to kill to open a door, and a skeleton who tells us to shine light on the undead. Room 2 has screaming zombies that can't be killed, forming a double traversal challenge, one of fear and one of poison. Finally, Room 3 rewards us with a new song, a spell that will help us change the time of day, which I guess makes Link a bard. Was Link always a bard? The song stuns the undead as the skeleton was trying to tell us, but there's a smaller lesson tucked in here, because there's 2 ways to interpret the skeleton's hint. We could just as easily think the skeleton is telling us to play the song for him. This is, as far as the game is concerned, the wrong answer, but it still rewards us with a health fairy, accepting this alternate explanation. A perfectly contained, brilliant bit of dungeon in only 3 rooms. I mean, who can afford a 5-room dungeon in this economy anyway? Ocarina shows us another benefit of having both combat and the overworld use the same mechanics, be they combat or movement, with the Goron village. This is a town with people and a shop, but it's also indistinguishable from a dungeon. We have to pass a series of traversal challenges just to reach it. There's a social challenge in figuring out why we aren't welcome and how to fix it, and a puzzle of bombs and walls to open up a path to the forest maze, itself a thing straight out of old school dungeoneering. That maze rewards us with a new spell song and even drops a hint for the sequel. Song in hand, we use the spell to pass a speech check with the chief and get a new item, one which opens up the Dodongo Caverns, the next actual dungeon. Zelda employs these tricks, helping the world feel more alive and interesting while using the same codebase and player vocabulary, blurring the line between overworld and dungeon until we can't tell them apart. The caverns themselves do a great job of showing not only Zelda's strengths, but how it's still drawing directly from the playbook of old-school dungeon design. We start in a hub with several rooms splitting off of it, giving us the illusion of non-linear progression, even when there's a specific sequence for moving forward. Each of those rooms has a dedicated challenge of either combat, traversal, a puzzle, or some combination of the 3, the completion of which is required to move on, often zigzagging back across one another to further add to the illusion of non-linearity. In one instance, we pass through a room with some bats and a switch we can't depress. we continue on, find a block, and push it down into that first room, allowing us to hit the switch and continue on. The twists and turns and trips to the central hub, all making us feel like we can go anywhere we want. You could accuse the lava here of being mere wallpaper, but I think it accomplishes more than the visuals imply. The red color helps it stand out from the Great Deku Tree, for one, and the ever-present threat of damage forces us to think about the fluidity and positioning of Zelda's combat. Fighting against the Lizard Man requires a lot of dodging and sidestepping, the narrow platforms and pools of lava drawing our attention in two different directions, requiring us to track both their position and ours. It takes the existing combat and gets entirely new emotion out of it simply by employing the children's logic of the floor is lava. And then of course there's all the bomb flowers and blocked off doors, serving not only to make puzzles within rooms, but to turn the dungeon itself into a puzzle. It forces us not only to get the item, but figure out when and how to best employ it if we want to move forward, rather than the strict leveling through combat of earlier RPGs. It should also be noted that these dungeons aren't especially long. Across the entire franchise, they can be completed in 30 minutes to an hour, with all of the required supplies right here in the dungeon. Gold sculptulas, heart pieces, and other secrets, incentivizing us to fully explore ancillary spaces. Great game, great series. Man, Goron paratroopers would be awesome, though I suppose you could just launch them out of a cannon, no need for planes. Artillery golems, now there's an idea to file away for later. While Zelda's temples have well earned their place in the pantheon of dungeon design, how those dungeons fit into the wider world is fairly obvious, both in video games and in tabletop. It's an almost Gygaxian approach. But while Miyamoto was looking to capture the exploration of a wider world, another team approached the problem in Arnesian fashion, of building a top-down dungeon explored in distinct chunks, moving not horizontally, but vertically, creating a new fork in the evolutionary tree of dungeon design. A 1986 game that would adapt platforming sensibilities to dungeon crawling and form the foundation of an entirely new legacy in the Metroidvania. The shift in perspective is more than cosmetic. Back in Zelda, platforms and bottomless pits were ancillary traversal challenges, existing to make combat more interesting as we circled around enemies. But in Metroid, it's the opposite. Platforming is now the main aspect of play, with the enemies serving to make the jumps more dangerous. If we think of Zelda as oops all rooms, Metroid is clearly oops all corridors, made of rectangles stretching right or left, up and down, the camera directly playing in the design of both. In Zelda's top-down view, the camera is in the ceiling somewhere, allowing us to see all of Link's sides evenly to quickly ascertain his position relative to enemies and any traps that may be in the room. Metroid, by contrast, places the camera farther back on one side, allowing us to see left and right with limited visibility up and down. It forces us to think of the paths forwards and backwards, rather than our immediate surroundings. Instead of having temples littered across an overworld, Metroid cuts the overworld completely, its temples connected directly to one another, separating the game world into distinct areas or biomes. It takes that non-linear illusion of areas double-crossing back on themselves, opened up through items or abilities, and applies them to the entire dungeon rather than a single temple. The areas are not as distinct as Zelda's, with enemies and obstacles being similar across them, but are separated by a difference in both color palette and tile sets, helping us to orient where we are. This is especially crucial given how similar many of the rooms can look. They're also divided by these bubble tubes, serving the same mental purpose as Zelda's stairs, splitting zones and resetting the gameplay loop. The core concept of items is also similar to Zelda, each area having a unique item or upgrade that enables us to further explore the dungeon and combat enemies. What's interesting for the first Metroid is how haphazardly these items are placed, with little rhyme or reason to where they're located. They're often just stashed about. The morph ball here, energy there, missiles down here. While the energy upgrade is optional and the missiles are not, the rooms in which they're found are virtually identical. And I'm of two minds on this. On the one hand, it makes the design of the dungeon less clear, purpose and progression made murkier by the sudden out-of-place discovery of an item. But on the other hand, we are meant to be exploring an abandoned facility, ancient ruins no different than any fantasy novel. So it does make a kind of sense to find items dropped in rubble or stuck in random places, less the ritualistic importance of Zelda's sacred artifacts, and more like digging through the technological wreckage of a forgotten age. Health also has a strange relationship in Metroid. In nearly every video game, health is our fuel that allows continued play, enemies and traps existing as attrition to drain that fuel, whittling away our health until we can't play anymore, forced to feed more coins into the machine or load an earlier save. It ensures that in order to get further into the game to reach later levels, we'll have to get better at it to avoid damage and preserve that fuel to cover a greater distance. And in a lot of video games, enemies do drop health. We see it in Zelda, for instance, and RPGs have health potions as low-level loot. But these are meant to happen only occasionally. They're less like refueling and more a pick-me-up to get us down the road, not a meal, but a snack. The enemies in Metroid, however, are often an endless buffet of health. It's the most common drop in the game, completely negating the idea of attrition. We do need to find a safe place to farm them and to be cautious when picking them up, but you're rarely without it. Even the bosses drop health in these games. This completely shifts the fears and motivation of the player. Combined with no experience points to gain, no currency to spend, no loot to gather, challenge and mastery abandon the pretense of leveling and instead rely on exploration alone, poking around to find upgrades and items that exist not to make us stronger, but to open up new areas of the dungeon. The problem with the original Metroid, at least, is there's very little exploring to do. Upgrades are hidden down short splits in the path before returning us to the main line, none of them requiring much effort to find, no different than the layout of many JRPGs. Hardly an impressive start for the parent of a genre that would go on to define an entirely new approach to dungeon design. Super Metroid, don't trust anyone who calls it Metroid 3, takes after A Link to the Past with a linear story-driven sequence to establish both tone and mechanics. It's timed, which is an odd choice for what is basically a tutorial, but there's not really anything to damage us in this segment, and we're given plenty of time to escape, adding a fun bit of pressure minus the frustration. It lets the story complement the mechanics without getting in the way of them. Our escape ends with us descending down to the planet in the dungeon proper, with the ship acting as our first save point. Metroid uses these often, essentially the first beat of the primary gameplay loop, providing a safe reprieve that both helps us and banks our progress. We then hesitantly explore a new area tethered to that safe room in the same way we're tethered to the town in Wizardry. Before reaching the next safe room, our mental tether moved to the new location, like a rock climber tying on to a higher piton. This being Metroid, our vertical shafts connect to horizontal corridors, at first free from enemies or difficult platforming, allowing us to get comfortable with the controls in a safe space. Again, strange to put that after the timed sequence. Pushing on, we descend into a recreation of the first game, get the morph ball, and are linearly guided to the missile upgrade, this time in a proper room instead of a random bit of dungeon, the added presentation conveying the importance of the item. The game almost sets up an interesting choice here of pushing ahead into the dungeon, exploration coming with the risk of dying and losing process, or doubling all the way back to the safety of the ship and banking that progress. Unfortunately, there is no actual choice here. We're meant to double back anyway, the new path only leading to a missile upgrade, not the rest of the dungeon. The doubling back reveals the previously safe route to be covered in enemies, re-establishing both danger and tone, and paying off the quiet start from earlier, making a far more sensible start to the game than the playable cutscene we actually started with, no matter how iconic it may be today. Like the first game, we see a dungeon less of free-form design and more of one linear path, with the rest blocked off without the proper upgrades to access them, or leading to short paths ending in a minor upgrade, like this area with one leading to a save point, another to a drop-down leading to the bombs and a surprise boss fight, another to a map room, the various side choices hiding the linear design through the illusion of choice. Though it's worth mentioning, many of the side areas here are less paths and more like challenge rooms, presenting us with something specific that must be overcome, with a reward at the end for our trouble. Like this room with the lantern lights and the spikes. It's not a traversal challenge through the dungeon, it's a contained challenge with a prize at the end. Unlike Zelda, Super Metroid gives the player new items and upgrades in rapid succession. In Zelda, we have to traverse the bulk of a dungeon to get a new toy, but Metroid gives us the morph ball, the missiles, and bombs in only a few minutes, and what amounts to the starting area, equipping Samus with her full toolset right from the start. The upgrades here still serve as keys. What is a hookshot or a Varia suit but means of opening up a new area? The difference over keys is both games use them to serve triple duty, controlling access to the dungeon, opening up a new means of traversal, and enhancing combat. Compare and contrast with, say, Doom, in which a key is just a key. Or D&D, in which you could make a lava area gated by lava armor, but in which the players have many more tools at their disposal to bypass it, from fire resistance to flying carpets. It may seem best to avoid it then, as a designer in those spaces, but remember to consider the full possibilities. Offering up a suit of lava armor gives non-casters an option, or the lava could be left in as is, serving as attrition that causes chip damage or whittles away spell slots, an obstacle the player feels clever for solving their way, all while weakening them before a big boss fight, without the player ever noticing. In Super Metroid, at least, the upgrades serve less to define the dungeon, as in Zelda, and more to protect and reinforce the primary gameplay loop formed by the game's biomes. We enter a new area, explore a bit before being blocked or unable to proceed. This linear path leads us to an upgrade, which allows us to complete our traversal of the biome and get to the next area. Compare and contrast directly to Zelda. Metroid lacks the bosses for each dungeon that require the use of said item. It lacks enemies and traversal challenges all built around the use of that item, even if they do appear here or there. It's far more about simple traversal and platforming. No surprise, given its perspective. It really makes me want to see a Metroid that takes after something like Subnautica, a game about biomes and exploration and alien ruins, aided by crafting and upgrades that help us discover new areas, and in which combat and health mechanics are firmly in the back seat. An unfortunate thought, given that Metroid Prime 4 was poorly received, and Subnautica 2 is entirely on fire given the actions of their owner. Modern game development aside, a Subnautica Metroidvania is an idea more people should run with. Metroid Prime then tries to bring this formula into 3D, with less success than Ocarina. We once again start with a tutorial section, which fares far worse. This ends in another timed sequence in homage to Super Metroid, but which plays terribly, given the rough controls, shorter timer, and overall lack of margin for error. This is what happens when you remember what an earlier game felt like, rather than what it played like. Super Metroid's opening bit is pulse-pounding and narratively interesting, but largely works because it isn't nearly as mechanically challenging as it looks. And trying to force a skill challenge on the player in Prime, combined with those awful controls, the designers only end up with a poor imitation of the original. Remember, kids, timers make you hate the controls, not feel tension from the impending doom. Once we descend down into the actual game, we get a hub, with an almost Zelda-like dungeon splitting off of each area, complete with a new piece of equipment to find that is needed to progress. Having not revisited this game in many years, there's something about it giving me a distinctly Jet Force Gemini vibe, but maybe that's just me. While feeling even more linear than the others, Metroid Prime does retain the little divergences, the short paths, ending, and upgrades. Once again, we're offered a lot of choice in how to proceed, to go anywhere we want in this hub world, but these paths often lead to dead ends, like down to the magma tunnels, giving us access, but not being able to proceed once we actually get down there. While this provides the same illusion of freedom to explore, I think it raises a real risk of player frustration, running into a series of dead ends before stumbling upon the one linear path we were always meant to go down. Let's look at how another vertical side-scrolling series approached these same problems, and arguably to greater success. 1997's Symphony of the Night has many of the same hallmarks as Metroid, earning its place as the other parent in the Metroidvania genre. We open with a stylish sequence introducing movement and combat in a safe environment, ending in a safe room and establishing the basic gameplay loop. We're back to killing enemies to get XP like a traditional dungeon, and they drop hearts to give us magic instead of health because vampires, which means we're also back to an attrition model. The enemies steadily chipping away at our health until we're forced back to the sanctuary of a safe room, healing like the town in Wizardry. Because the safe rooms are never far, the real tension isn't if we can get back to one, but rather if we can make it to the next. The hope of a new safe room forever lurking around each corner. Like Metroid and Zelda before it, Castlevania's areas and enemies are shaped by its moveset, landing on a system somewhere between Zelda's positioning and Metroid's ranged platforming. Fighting is focused on dodging and blocking, either with a shield or by attacking their attack, in effect, a parry. We get a weapon in each hand controlled by their own button, with a dodge for added mobility and a special attack that changes depending on the item equipped. It's a simple system, but a robust one, giving not only greater options in how a player combats a threat, but the designer more room to create enemies that can challenge us, rather than Metroid or Diablo, where the enemies mostly run at you. Again, each biome has its own tile set and aesthetic to set it apart, with enemies and platforming challenges specific to each area, even if the actual enemies and platforms have little to do thematically with where they're placed. Skeletons, zombies, knights, flying Medusa heads, these are all things we would expect to find, but there's not much logic as to why each enemy is found in a given section. This is drawing from the same playbook as platformers of the previous era, be they the earlier Castlevanias or, say, Mega Man. Each stage looking different, feeling different, and having different enemies, even if those enemies make little sense in context. The difference here is the levels aren't selected from a menu, they're bolted together to form one massive location. Each biome separated by CD tubes straight out of Metroid, so named because they gave the original disc time to load. So while Mega Man isn't a Metroidvania, it does remind me that I should replay Legends. Much like Metroid, the non-linearity is an illusion, but one supported by clever decisions, like both series having a map room. We find them through standard exploration like save rooms, only instead of healing us, they fill out our map. This locks in a different kind of progress. Instead of saving our gameplay state, it cements our knowledge of the dungeon's layout, transferring it from the short-term memory of the player to the hard-coded memory of the game. It splits the difference between having to map it on paper yourself or giving it all to us from the get-go, rewarding the sense of discovery without the tedium of drawing everything out. Additionally, it does add to the illusion of freedom because the map doesn't just show us where we've been, it shows all the connections we missed, the branching paths we didn't go down. Some leading to upgrades and items, others to the path forward, but it is up to the player to decide which one to check, which door to open. This further hides the non-linearity, while still making the player feel empowered, given information to make those decisions with. One of the coolest ways Symphony reinforces this concept is with the walk armor, which gets more powerful the more of the map we explore, or the familiars, themselves found as a reward for exploration that identify secret areas when equipped, providing further incentive to backtrack while preserving the sense that the discovery is our own, rather than having to pull out a strategy guide. These are small things, easy to overlook, but really smart, and add major dividends to the overall package. And then there are the shortcuts, a hallmark of the genre, unlocked through gaining new abilities and opening one-way doors, easing the burden of backtracking as we meander our way through the mega dungeon. It's worth remembering how those shortcuts intersect, not just this dungeon or this genre, but time and the intent of the designer. In old school D&D, getting out of the dungeon with all your gold and loot was a really important part of play. But today, in tabletop, we're more likely to cut to the next interesting scene, video games opting to either dump us out where we came in, or rely on fast travel to skipping the downtime. All three options, including Castlevania's, has their advantages and disadvantages. Returning to the idea of non-linear illusion, I think Symphony of the Night does an exceptional job of it, and I want to highlight a few examples, starting with the four-way stair. We have one room with four exits, four possible paths. To the top left is a sealed door, down left is a dead end, top right is a magic door, with down right being the only possible way forward. Four choices, one actual route. But while those other doors are dead ends, the choice of which one to open and the rooms they all lead to add to the sense of exploration and discovery. It feels open even though it isn't. But we can see an even better example not by zooming in, but by zooming out. Let's take a look at the tower. So the tower is a new area, a new biome to explore. Much like the four-way stair, we arrive in the middle. This gives us an immediately clear choice, up or down. Heading down through platforming challenges and enemies leads us to a missed door we can't yet get through, and a dead end, which won't be relevant until a story beat later. Going up leads to another interesting intersection, one path heading into the library, the other continuing on upward. The library is itself a new biome, holding new combat and traversal challenges, but has no exit. It has a definitive end, dumping us out where we came in, functionally a sub-dungeon from Diablo or any random dungeon from Skyrim. It holds a merchant who sells us a helpful map, and the key will need to open one of the sealed doors back in the four-way stair. Exiting back into the tower, because the library is self-contained, presents us with a choice once more, doubling back to the door we just got the key for, or continuing on in the tower to see what's up there. Going up gets us to yet another new area, the Skull Roof, with its new enemies and platforming challenges. This is, however, more illusion because Skull Roof is also a dead end, at least for now. There was only ever one correct optimal route through this sequence. Enter the tower, go up to the library, complete the library, go back into the tower to where we came in, and open the sealed door. The other areas, the other choices, were all dead ends, at least for now. By giving the player the choice and presenting it to them multiple times, spread out over new areas with new things to explore and discover in between them, makes the player feel like they have full agency, that they are in control. It may be our maze, but it's their choice where to turn and when. Just fantastic design work all around. Like both Zelda and Metroid, we steadily gain new abilities over the course of play, like the Mist Form and the Double Jump. These make traversal and combat more fun and open up new secret areas and shortcuts, acting like more keys, more ways for the designer to block off areas until later. And that later aspect is important, letting us see those obstacles but not beat them, only giving us the ability at some later point to overcome them, helps lodge the obstacle in the player's mind and makes it their choice to backtrack to it, without the game telling us to, all the while rewarding the player with more XP, more secrets, more loot along the way. Compare and contrast, say, Skyrim, Kingdom Come Deliverance, and Red Dead 2. 2, all open-world games with easily accessible fast travel systems. In KCD, a game with a lot of backtracking, there's rarely any reason to not fast travel, outside of discovering an area for the first time. There's just not much of anything to discover in the landscape, aside from bandit camps we'll have to clear anyway, and the occasional spilled cart with no interesting loot. In Skyrim, we still have to venture to an area to discover it, but following the roads between towns often leads to hidden dungeons, random encounters that award experience, or other fun we can have along the way, alternating between times when we want to fast travel to get to the next quest, and times when we want a bit of adventure. And then there's Red Dead 2, a game I've some 300 hours in across 2 playthroughs and can count the number of times I fast traveled on one hand. There's just so much to stumble across, and the game is so goddamn pretty, I never felt the need to. It also does a brilliant thing with its nodal map, where there are things to discover along the roads, but also hidden loot and collectibles off-road, placed along the lines you would travel if you cut through the wilderness in the straightest line between 2 cities, compared to, say, KCD, which often blocks your path and funnels you back into the roads. All of this is player choice, reinforced by the systems and landscape of each game. You could argue it comes down to personal taste, or that it's not fair to compare 3 games in different subgenres made by teams of entirely different sizes. But it's also worth remembering all of these games sit on the same virtual shelf and released at around the same cost. For our purposes, using the same lens helps us compare the backtracking in Wizardry, Zelda, Castlevania, and all the other games we're looking at. Different mechanics, different genres and themes, but all contending with the same problems of travel and boredom. Metroid and Castlevania are so familiar to one another they gave birth to a child, but backtracking feels fundamentally different across them, shaped not by the layout of their dungeon, but ancillary systems like experience, loot, and traversal abilities. The Red Dead diatribe is apt in another way, given both games positively drip with atmosphere. Castlevania's enemies are all colorful and expressive, like the Owl Knights mourning their fallen familiars, or the Bone Arcs who flee once relieved of their burden. While many can be repetitive or generic, the enemies are all well designed, and even if unrelated to their areas, make those areas more interesting to explore. The castle feels quite navigable even without all the upgrades, each area being linear and focused, set apart through unique art, music, and enemies, easily sticking in the player's memory even if they aren't particularly big. Areas often feature multiple connections, making it easier to zigzag between them, punctuated by the self-contained areas like the library or the abandoned mine. The mine is one of the optional in-game areas, each holding special items needed to unlock the secret ending, but I really love how Castlevania handles them, found through simply exploring the map rather than locked behind obscure dialogue choices, baffling puzzles, or chocobo farming. Each of these later areas exist as a microcosm of new challenges, new enemies, and new risks, rewarding us with powerful items and equipment for our trouble while ensuring the leveling curve isn't cut prematurely short. The only real problem is the gold ring, which is a bit bullshit and easy to miss compared to, say, the silver ring, which is in a far more memorable room. The gold ring is just down one side passage you jump past, and there are a lot of those in this game. The secret areas ironically lead to the best known thing about Symphony of the Night, the inverted castle, which takes the existing dungeon and flips it upside down. It's a cool gimmick, traversal improved through having all of the abilities unlocked, and the noticeably harder platforming. They even make the key door teleporters go counterclockwise, which is just so cute. The inverted castle furthers the leveling curve, giving us new things to fight, given that at this point in the game, we're one-shotting enemies all throughout the standard castle. It resets our mastery not only of the monsters, but of the dungeon, given we've seen every room and challenge the original has to offer. The inverted castle takes all that confidence we've earned and just flips it on its head, dropping us into uncharted territory with fresh dangers and challenges to overcome. And of course, it resets the rewards. New levels, new weapons, armor, and items hiding in every nook and cranny. Everything made relevant again right when the danger of the game becoming stale was most acute. Compare and contrast Ocarina, A Link to the Past, and Final Fantasy VI, which all feature a radical change in the status quo halfway through the game, resetting their challenges and rewards. Further compare with Red Dead 2, namely in how it doesn't do this with its epilogue, John being just as powerful as Arthur. Not everything is perfect here. Much of the inverted castle can be purposefully obnoxious, with constant knockback and even music that gets grating in places. They're doing this because they want it to be harder, more hostile, but the end result is a castle that can be a chore to play, rather than something interesting to overcome. It's worth remembering at this point, a player is likely tens of hours into your game. Their patience for bullshit is going to be pretty thin, boredom waiting behind every corner, enticing them to put your game down in favor of something new and shiny rather than to finish yours. And you could argue the inverted castle is meant to be kind of a challenge mode, hard for the sake of hard, but remember the story is locked behind it. All important things to consider. I think the bigger weakness of Symphony of the Night is how items intersect with exploration. The game has a distressing number of paths that end in something useless, like a library card or weapons and equipment whose stats are identical or near enough to not make a difference. Some of them do have special uses or moves, but they have to be discovered through experimentation or consulting a wiki, which doesn't feel great. On the one hand, this is not in and of itself bad design. We can't assume the player is going to explore every room, so having copies in different parts of the castle increases the chance of them finding at least one of them. The danger is that if the player finds both, the second one doesn't feel like a reward, it feels like wasted time. Have this happen too often, and the player will learn exploration isn't worth the effort, given the treasures they already have. Given that Symphony of the Night has built all its systems and gameplay loops around the concept of exploration, I think the player going everywhere and anywhere is more likely, and more effort should have been put into the items and rewards for doing so, rather than going with a quantity over quality approach. What's really odd to me is how it interacts with spells. Symphony of the Night adopts a fighting game approach to spellcasting similar to Final Fantasy VI, rather than having spells on a dedicated button. This frees up a button on the controller and leads to a fun bit of accidental discovery when you cast a spell you didn't know exists. It's a neat idea, especially in an era when people couldn't just look up the entire spell list on their phone. But in retrospect, I think a hybrid system would have worked better. Keep the controls and accidental discovery in, button mashers discovering magic like some kind of wild sorcerer, but also have tomes and wall carvings spread throughout the dungeon, like Skyrim or Volbrace, with spells written on them. This boosts exploration and gives another possible reward at the end of a path, rather than being let down by another middling weapon. While castles make perfect sense for a fictional place full of monsters, haunted mansions are a centuries-old staple, cemented in the public mind through movies, novels, and of course, video games. 1996's Resident Evil leverages the old trope to transform a crumbling manor into a sprawling mega-dungeon, marrying diegetic setting with familiar game design. The atrium is a great example, as common as architectural feature as any, connecting the various parts of a building. It allows us to enter from the middle, presenting several immediate choices as to where to go next, just like the tower in Castlevania. For both real buildings and this fake one, the atrium serves as a hub, a place to begin from or run across as we solve the dungeon. The keys make less sense from a real-world standpoint, all emblems and secret panels, but they're common to these types of stories and add to the creepy atmosphere. Mechanically, these serve as the same purpose as in Zelda, allowing non-linear exploration of a space while ensuring there's a linear means of progressing from zone to zone. zone, a sequence which must be followed. The big difference Resident Evil brings to the table isn't in structure, but in psychology. Zelda, Metroid, and even Castlevania all evoke different genres, from fantasy to sci-fi and gothic horror, but largely felt the same in the player's mind. For example, finding an empty room in those games, rather than a cool weapon or useful item, is always a disappointment. Resident Evil, by contrast, evokes true horror. An empty room is not a letdown, but a relief. No enemies, no traps, only a place to catch our breath before opening the door and once again braving the terrors of the mansion. In a conventional dungeon, the primary tension is one of risk and reward, of pushing ahead to gain items and experience that will aid us in the future, retreating to safety and healing only when forced, at the cost of time, in-game resources, or boredom. In Resident Evil, there is no safety, no permanent relief from the attrition of the mansion and its many dangers, putting it closer to the experience of NetHack or Grimrock. Here, it is not the descent that matters or the mastery of conquering the dungeon, but basic survival. Staying alive matters more than loot, more than equipment, more than keys, experience, or items. We discover and hoard resources to stay in the fight, to survive, rather than to surmount or conquer. The game makes this crystal clear with the inventory system, foregoing the weight of traditional dungeons or the space Tetris of Diablo, even if later games will adopt it in favor of a system of slots. It serves the same purpose as other games, to force choices about what to bring when, but reduces the system to its simplest, most powerful incarnation, a constant reminder of just how little we have and how far we'll have to stretch it in order to survive. Weapons, ammunition, healing items, and even keys take up a full slot, regardless of their real-world size or weight. Safe rooms don't provide us relief in the form of healing, but in a chest to hold all our extra items and the ability to save our progress. Like Metroid and Castlevania, it resets the gameplay loop, but unlike them, forces us to pause, to plan, making decisions of what we'll bring and how much. If there's monsters, we'll need the right weapon to counter them and the ammo for it. If the danger is significant, we'll want to bring healing items. An emblem or statue may be needed to open up a new path, but will be dead weight in our inventory if we don't know where it goes. We might be better off leaving it behind and coming back for it later. We even have to carry our save item in the form of ink ribbons. You could leave it here in the box, betting there will be a connected box in the next save room, but risk being unable to use the random typewriters found littered about, often placed before a boss fight. While a big gamble in terms of player annoyance, there's no doubting its psychological impact in a survival game. Personally, I'd skip it. I just think it's juvenile and can be a massive frustration when you lose progress because of the game crashed, like what happened to me when playing Kingdom Come Deliverance. I get the emotion the designers of both games are going for, but I think this particular design element is better left in the past. The psychology of save rooms and limited inventory feed back into combat, which directly informs the design of the dungeon, of long hallways and cramped rooms, our resources ever dwindling with no ability to farm more. It's a game in which it's often better to run than to fight, standing your ground being the greatest danger of all, given combat holds no rewards of experience points or dropped items, our spent health and healing items gone forever with little to show for it. Death by 1,000 unhealed cuts is still death, after all. Every fight is thus a punishment, an attrition mechanic not just of our health, but all our other resources too, creating an oppressive fear of scarcity as the house closes in. This directly contrasts against most dungeon crawlers, where killing enemies is the primary form of progression, gaining levels to improve our core stats. Even in Zelda and Metroid, enemies had a chance of dropping health or were required to fight thanks to room challenges and kill doors. If we keep everything the same in Resident Evil, but add a system of experience and leveling to the encounters, we don't get true horror or survival horror. We get Castlevania, a game in which horror serves as an aesthetic choice rather than a psychological intent. If you keep everything else the same but have enemies drop health, you don't get Resident Evil. You get Doom 2016. Resident Evil's real brilliance, the one decision that makes the whole game work, is that enemies don't respawn when killed. Like Diablo, the dungeon is static, and just god damn is that smart. First and foremost, if enemies endlessly respond, we would just give up. The game would be less an adventure and more like trench warfare. While certainly horrific, I don't think that's the kind of horror they're going for. Second, it creates a new kind of dungeon mastery, one that intersects with the game's intended psychology. Because they stay dead, every enemy encountered is a choice, not just to fight or run, but whether to fight or run now. Backtracking too becomes a choice, not just to return to some area, but which route we take, because we, the player, know which routes we've cleared. When presented with an enemy, we may decide to run past them, knowing we'll have to deal with them later when we're low on health or slight on ammo. Or we may decide to drop them now, when ammo is plentiful and room in our inventory tight, confident there's more health ahead. We may decide to take a longer path when backtracking because the route is clear, rather than a shorter, more dangerous one. This is equally true of the rooms, a cleared room making for an impromptu safe haven, an uncleared room's door an ever-present reminder of potential threat, a mental question mark of possible reward and guaranteed danger. Over time, this tension does diminish, the hallways becoming decidedly less crowded as we thin the undead herd, only resetting once we reach a new area. But the game has a few tricks up its sleeve to maintain that tension. There's the now infamous dog jumping through the window, enemies that lie dead the first time we pass through but are shambling and hungry on the next visit, areas that become repopulated when relevant to the story. It's a game that squeezes all the design it can muster out of a limited set of rooms, familiar mechanics, and basic psychology kaleidoscoping against a backdrop of exploration. I've never been a big survival horror guy, thematically horror has never been an interest of mine, and mechanically I find them really hard to balance, but it's easy to appreciate just how brilliant the design touches are in this game. Then there's the layout, the way in which it combines conventional architecture with the maze sensibilities of traditional dungeons, enhancing the illusion of a real space that gives players freedom of movement, but still allows the designers to shape an intended progression of concepts and challenges, simply by being a mansion full of hallways and doors. In Wizardry or Valbrace, corridors are indistinguishable, formed without logic. Any route, turn, or detour is as likely to lead somewhere as anything else because they're mere tile sets and not a place. In Resident Evil, we navigate not as though it's a dungeon, but as a building, checking each room in order because that's how humans work. We could bypass rooms, search randomly, but the far more likely outcome is we'll encounter them in order, allowing the developer to shape encounters using the hallway itself to group them together into an extended experience. For example, this bit where we jump into a room to hide from enemies, only to jump scare us with a zombie instead. Killing that zombie gets us more ammo we can use to kill the people outside. You can see this is the intended path thanks to how the hallway is laid out, with the doors offset, one closer and one further away. Or this hallway on the first floor. Real hallways zigzag like this to maximize the size of an interior room, rather than having a hallway straight up the middle. You typically see this in old houses or on trains, as we all learned thanks to GoldenEye and Hitman 2016. But Resident Evil has no reason to do that, because interior rooms don't exist within the same space as the hallway. Instead, each one is a cell loaded into its own pocket dimension. The door animation acting as loading screens. They can be whatever size the designer wants, irrespective of the hallway outside, and the player will never notice. So why chop up the corridor? It's to break the player's line of sight, because this is a horror game and we want to maximize the tension of what might be waiting for us around the next corner. You can tell this is an intentional illusion because this wall is an exterior wall. It faces the outside. Any real architect would put windows here, letting light into the space, giving a view of the outside, just like they did back with the jumping dog room. But we buy the illusion whole cloth thanks to some wallpaper and a few fake paintings. Later, they pull another neat trick with an air vent. It's really nothing more than a one-way door, one we have to solve a puzzle to use, granting access to a locked room. The player buys the illusion because locked doors and air vents are familiar things, logical to exist in this world. Once solved, we can unlock the door from the inside of the room, depositing us back into the hallway, able to come in through the unlocked door whenever we want. The player feeling clever at overcoming the challenge, the designer happy at breaking up the monotony of bedrooms and bathrooms that a mansion of this size can cause. It's all really great design, and best of all, we hardly notice it. A similar logic is at play with how it gates areas and progress through the dungeon. Resident Evil doesn't have a double jump or mist form like Castlevania, instead retreating to the familiar landscapes of puzzles and keys like we saw in Zelda. Some feel overly contrived or coincidental, like what are the odds Jill just happens to know how to play the Moonlight Sonata. Some are obvious, like keys with a symbol that corresponds to the door, or a shield going into a shield hole, and some are logical, like using herbicide to kill a big plant rather than waste ammo on it. All of these have their problem and solution located in different places, the backtracking and experimentation directly feeding in to the combat, inventory, and mastery concepts we discussed earlier. Really, I just want to sell enough of my books to buy one of these Agatha Christie fuck-off murder mansions of my own, with secret laboratories and hidden compartments accessible by weird statue puzzles. I promise to invite you all over for the weekend, just don't bother buying a return ticket. The only real drawback to this approach is the feeling that the designer is padding runtime, forcing us to run in circles in the same area, or the player straight up forgetting what they're doing or why, as happened to me in the dorms. I pressed on, trusting that the design would eventually lead somewhere, like listening to the narration of a meandering GM, but it was all too easy to wonder, why am I in the basement? What am I looking for down here? Like we're cosplaying Charles in the Suburban Hell episode. Here, the basement ends not in a cardiothoracic demon, but the helmet key, opening up new areas back in the dungeon, directing us to finally return there. In essence, the dormitories become another sub-dungeon, utilizing the same trick Castlevania did with its library, showing how the concept can be adapted to a different setting and genre. Resident Evil also continues the trend of Metroid and Symphony of the Night, adapting the regions of its dungeon into unique settings or biomes. Here, they aren't catacombs or alien facilities, but the dorms, the sewers, and to an extent, the outside yard of the mansion. These areas are reinforced through all the same tricks: distinct color palettes, unique art assets, a mixture of common enemies, and new unique monsters, specifically located in that area. Resident Evil goes the added step of trying to make those unique monsters more suited to their environment, like the lizard guys being in the water basement, even if it does feel a bit slapdash. The real innovation here, as lame as it sounds, is how Resident Evil approaches doors and keys within those biomes. In Metroid, a bubble door is the same as any other, differing only in color, corresponding to the weapon we need to shoot to open it. I never really understood how that was supposed to make sense in-world. I guess they're supposed to be different strength force fields, but it at least works. In Castlevania, Zelda, Diablo, wizardry, and just about everything else, doors are just doors. Open different ways maybe, but ultimately still a door. In Resident Evil, mechanically doors and keys all serve the same structural purpose, but carry a different representation depending on the area we're in. So the Murder Mansion has Victorian skeletal keys, Renaissance-themed imagery, and a coat of arms puzzle. Down in the laboratory, we get machines with chonky levers, computer terminal logins, and keycards. They use this same illusory touch to separate inside from outside. They're accessed by doors, sure, but did you catch they're a different color and texture and play a different sound when opened? Remember, from a programming standpoint, the outside of this game is no different from the inside. These are just cells painted a different color. Green walls instead of brown, a skybox instead of a ceiling, but they feel real through doors that make it seem like we're going outside, and the wolves howling in the distance. All of Resident Evil's systems of combat and inventory of the map, puzzles, and areas of the game combine to create the sense of mastery we're so often chasing. We have an immediate micro gameplay loop of hallways and room clearing, of evading threats. We have a small gameplay loop of finding and spending resources, often trucking them back to or retrieving them from safe rooms. We have the medium gameplay loop of each specific biome nestled in a larger loop of multiple areas of what amounts to an act of the story. Every enemy we kill, every puzzle we solve, makes the dungeon faster to travel through like the shortcuts of other games, but also safer. The danger permanently defeated. Knowledge builds up in the player's mind of item locations, keys, and puzzle pieces, extra items we might want to come back for later, and the safest routes to do so, made possible through almost every place in the dungeon having more than one path leading to it. It's thus the player and not our character which steadily gains confidence within the game and its systems, boosted by the discovery of new weapons and of keys being left behind once no longer needed, freeing up those precious inventory slots. The knowledge of where things are and how to reach or avoid them is always our strongest asset, more useful than any shotgun or another healing item. The game then resets this, either with new areas, story justification for bringing monsters back, or, just straight up dropping you into a hole with no way back. Because remember, this is a horror game. What could be scarier than being cut off from the safe room and its chest of holding we've hoarded all our goodies in? Or if we want to take things in the opposite direction, consider the attic. It's stuffed full of resources, far more than we can carry, and has no safety deposit box to store them in, guarded by a legion of very protective monsters. It gives us less incentive to explore, to harvest every bounty we find, but lodges in the memory, luring us to return later, braving the danger when we're desperate for the resources we've left behind. Resident Evil's dungeon remains a puzzle, a knot we have to steadily and carefully unravel, like the defusing of a bomb. Each hallway, each room, each puzzle inches us closer towards that solution, towards answering the mystery of what happened here, and ultimately, mastering the dungeon. Speaking of brilliant, which would make a great sponsor segment if I did those, go buy my books, we need to talk about Darkest Dungeon. Released in 2016, yada yada, is a roguelite, yada yada, with characters that delve into dungeons and get stronger at the cost of slowly losing their minds, thanks to all the horrors they encounter along the way. In other words, Darkest Dungeon takes the elements of traditional dungeons and combines it with the horror of Resident Evil. It's still a land of rooms and corridors arranged via grid and presented from a side view, with little or no variation in layout, and are of course randomly generated anew every time we enter, thanks to the roguelite structure. In traditional fashion, corridors exist to hold traps, random events, and limited combat, while the rooms hold stronger combat challenges and greater rewards. Both rooms and corridors existing to whittle away our health, our items, and our sanity before we scurry back to the surface for rest and resupply. So far, so normal. But let's break these elements down to see how they interplay, starting with inventory and then exploration, before circling back to the town and the sanity mechanics that really sets this one apart. Like Resident Evil, Darkest Dungeon's inventory is based around slots. At the start of a run, we use our hard-earned coin to buy provisions for the journey ahead. Anything not used by the time we return is sold back at a discounted price. Spending more means being better prepared, but risks wasting money on things we didn't need. Not spending the money saves it for later use and more costly items, but gives greater risk of expensive treatments or death. All of Darkest Dungeon's items are relegated to mitigating attrition. Food, which restores health and reduces stress, shovels to clear obstacles, remedies for various status effects, and of course, torches. They help us see enemies ahead, disable traps, and overall reduce stress, while also acting as Nethack's hunger, steadily ticking down to keep us moving, even in combat, ensuring we can't farm healing in battle when we have the upper hand. All of the items being aligned to the same goal shows us where the game's priorities lie, but having them mitigate attrition in different ways helps with the illusion we're pulling on the player. You could functionally reduce all this down to health and health potions, but by having different obstacles that need to be solved with different items and different enemies causing status effects that each have their own remedies, you stretch the existing system into something with a greater variety to better hold the player's interest. The items are all of a mundane variety too. No bags of holding, +1 swords of murder death, or holy hand grenades. They're all simple provisions with a dedicated use. Consumables meant to solve one problem one time. Again, stretching the variety by creating different obstacles for different items. Shovels to clear rubble, keys to bypass traps. This may sound like padding, but the extra items serve as more than just illusion, binding together the inventory and attrition systems with the structure of their dungeons to force the player into interesting decisions through simple math when loading up for an excursion. If I know one shovel beats one rubble, I can use past experience, past mastery, to guess how many shovels I'll need, possibly adding an extra to hedge my bets. Same goes for food and the length of a dungeon. This is in turn banded by the limited slots we have. Duplicate items will stack atop one another, but only to a point, eventually spilling over into a new slot. For something like shovels, this is rarely an issue. We only need 2 or 3, but for food, it really impacts the decision making. We always want food given it heals us and reduces stress, but adding 1 or 2 more rations for added padding could result in a new stack, taking up an entire slot in our inventory. The same goes for status effect remedies. We simply don't have the room to take them all, so having knowledge of the dungeons and the dangers we'll face are crucial to being well prepared, rewarding us for the mastery we've gained while constantly tying back into the game's other systems of combat, progression, and exploration. Exploration may seem an odd word for a game in which you only walk or right like some kind of reverse NASCAR, but Darkest Dungeon is still able to evoke this sense of pushing deeper into caves and crypts, even with its limited mechanics. To start, we don't delve into one hellish pit a la Diablo or Wizardry. We pick a destination and an objective, warping between them from a menu. The destinations work like the biomes in other games, featuring their own enemies, status effects, and unique challenges to overcome, with the objective framing the scope of the run, from scouting X number of rooms to killing a boss. Returning to the same area repeatedly makes that zone harder, with longer excursions and tougher enemies, encouraging the player to bounce between them rather than mastering one before moving on to the next. Once within a dungeon, movement is always forward, heading deeper in, even when backtracking to areas we've already been. The layouts are as simple as can be, with short branching paths that exist not to hide secrets or upgrades, but to further whittle away our provisions. The backtracking isn't particularly dangerous, with areas remaining cleared for the run, but also brings no reward. Our supplies dwindling away, incentivizing the player to plan an optimal route through the space. One last fun bit of illusion: the grid shows bins in the path, but the play view doesn't, meaning they don't really exist, and as far as I can tell, have no impact on play. They just help the dungeon look different. The length of the hallway, however, does matter, with each pip acting as a distinct tile, even if it looks like one continuous corridor in the play view. There are traps and curios littered throughout, both serving as a further means of attrition, enhancing the inventory system as discussed, reskin for whatever dungeon they're in, and providing a break from combat and an opportunity to show off the skills of different characters. The curios are less like chests here and more like another variety of trap, damaging you more often than not. While frustrating, this reinforces the theme, forcing a choice in much the same way Resident Evil's zombies did. We're more likely to risk a curio when high on health or supplies, trading vitality for whatever items may be within. More likely to avoid it when medium or low on health, and pushed to roll the dice when at our dying breath, praying for a mercy that may never come. A different kind of horror than Resident Evil for sure, but horror nonetheless. Longer dungeons are broken up by a camping mechanic, functionally a short rest by D&D standards, the first of its kind we've seen in this video. This requires use of a specific item that takes up one of those precious inventory slots, but which restores more health and stress than simply snacking in corridors. When camped, we can use specific abilities each character has, using a point cost system disguised as time. Things like using 3 units of time to get rid of our mortality debuff, or using 2 units of time for extra healing. No real time is passing here, it's more flavor, but flavor is important. The real thing that camping does is reset attrition, helping us to stay in dungeons longer rather than be limited only to short runs. Another clever thing they do is allow us to retreat from the dungeon at any time rather than having to crawl out like wizardry, provided we survived at least one round of combat. Pulling the eject lever results in significant stress damage, but will at least preserve the lives of our party. That may not sound like much, and on its own, it wouldn't be, but Darkest Dungeon makes the added clever decision of also teleporting us out once we've completed our objective. This is not only smart for quality of life purposes of saving the player the tedium of walking out, it directly forces risk and reward. We may be low on supplies, we may be down to our last ration and bit of health, but if we push just that little bit further, we might just make it. In either victory or defeat, we always end up back in town. Like Wizardry, it resets the gameplay loop, but unlike Wizardry, the town has a loop all its own. This is where the rogue light bit comes in. Completing objectives and finding treasures within the dungeon rewards us with a unique currency we use to upgrade the town, providing global advantages, improving methods of recovery, and unlocking shops, creating a system that doesn't improve a single character, like leveling does, but the entire party, past, present, and future. Like a lot of Darkest Dungeon systems, this has a lot of downstream benefits in its design. For starters, it gives us a benefit to the structure of shorter runs over one mega dungeon. We're making limited excursions for little benefit, but which build up over time, enhancing our party to make ever more dangerous delves, and an echo of leveling design. Second, there are multiple upgrade resources, and like the status effects, enemy design, and items, they're aligned to one biome over another, meaning if we want a particular resource, we'll have to go to that particular dungeon to get it, echoing a system we see typical in crafting design. Similarly, certain buildings require a particular resource to upgrade, meaning we have to go to that region if we want to improve it. If I want to upgrade the hospital, I need X resource, likely to be found in Y region. But if I want to upgrade the bar, I need Z resource, which is only found in this other region, shaping where and when we're going, rather than the player trundling to the same part of the dungeon over and over again, because that's where they're comfortable. Remember, this is a horror game, and this is one of the small ways they enforce it, pushing us forever into newer, uncharted territory. And finally, it means we're always making progress, even if an entire party gets wiped. In Wizardry, a TPK largely meant starting over, unless you farmed a significant back roster like in XCOM. But here, even a party of first-level rookies will have advantages given to them from the town, earned by the Fallen that came before them. Honestly, towns and crafting really deserve their own video of this scope, and it's research I'd love to do if I ever get around to building the full-scale TTRPG for my setting, the one centered around Rungholt, as it involves rebuilding a town. But that's for future me to worry about, and given that Wintermoor has sold exactly 7 copies, is all around unlikely. So let's pivot back to talking about parties and stress before we wrap up Darkest Dungeon. It's hilarious we've spent upwards of 10 minutes talking about Darkest Dungeon and have only paid lip service to its defining mechanic, that of stress, the mechanical anchor for its themes of horror and general eldritch vibrancy. It's the rope that lashes its mechanics together, binding its constituent parts. As characters walk through a dungeon, get hit by enemies, or walk into traps, they take stress damage, functionally a second health bar. This is one that counts up instead of down, and once filled, causes the character to have a mental breakdown. This crisis results in them developing a random condition that acts as either a buff or a debuff. Some are temporary, some are persistent. If the meter fills a second time, the character outright dies. This too is a clever trade-off. Any character that braves the dungeon will get physically stronger, accruing experience and gaining levels as we've seen in other RPGs, but will also get psychologically weaker, building up scars on their mind and soul. When returning to town, all physical damage is healed, the body mended, but stress is not, the horrors lingering in their thoughts and memories. We heal this damage through the use of various town buildings, which can reduce stress, remove negative debuffs, or lock in positive ones, further differentiating characters aside from their chosen class. We pay for that treatment with the gold we've recovered and upgrade those options through improving buildings with those rare resources. Parties and the characters within them are further differentiated through character abilities, which are also randomly chosen from within their class. Some of these are naturally better suited to different areas of the dungeon, not only pushing us to go different places, but to take different party members to them, to train up more people and make better decisions who to take where. We could take our best people in every time, but this risks building up stress. We could rely on the same heavy hitters delve after delve, but they may be weak in the area we're going to on this run. We can bring some newbies and train them up, but they may not survive the dangers of a harder objective, and might be better suited to a milk run and the newer part of an unfamiliar area. These choices exist on the back end of a run too. Can we afford the expensive treatment for our best fighter's PTSD? Can we bench our best healer, letting them calm down, or do we think they can handle the stress of another run, even if that goes poorly? Or should we be using that gold to buy new toys and better equipment for the next run, or the next recruit waiting to join the roster? All of these systems combine to create a game in which runs aren't about grinding up our strength so much as building up calluses. Characters getting tougher not only from killing, but from surviving the challenges they faced. A game in which the strength of the many of the roster and the town supporting it are more important than the bravery or sacrifices of any single individual. We, the player, are thus encouraged to push deeper, to risk more, to ride our health and sanity to the absolute limit, gaining buffs that we can later lock in and treasure we can use to upgrade the town for the good of all. Dungeons, in their way, serve primarily as a vector for the sanity mechanic, building all their ideas and functions towards it, supported by a system of progression that keeps us coming back for more. While that may sound obvious, it's an important lesson. By adding what amounts to a secondary health bar, a copy of an existing mechanic, Darkest Dungeon was able to craft a fairly unique game, using a lot of clever tricks harvested from both the survival horror and dungeon crawling genres. Contrast and compare to, say, stamina, which itself is only a secondary health bar, but which exists in a fluctuating temporary space, affecting gameplay by limiting how fast we can attack or dodge. And hey, now that I think about it, you know what else has a stamina bar? The fabled Dark Souls. Could there be a subject more thoroughly covered on YouTube? This section should have been short and sweet, just the highlights, but I took 22 pages of notes, so you have to suffer along with me. 2011's Dark Souls opens on a character creation system in which the faces have descriptions, and then drops us into a standard linear tutorial section, with positional combat, timing, equipment, traps, and even a Resident Evil rolling boulder to open up a new area. There are rooms and corridors with line of sight and blind corners as major elements. We collect not money but souls, which we drop upon death like Sonic, with one extra chance to recover them before they're lost forever. Souls are the game's only currency, used to purchase equipment from scattered merchants and increase our stats at bonfires. Anytime we touch a bonfire, our health is restored and the static dungeon is reset, reviving any enemies we've killed, aside from a few special cases like armored bulls or black knights. But you already knew all of that because you've played Dark Souls before. The key difference here is how it changes the concepts of mastery, the player memorizing the Groundhog's Day loop of a dungeon, of enemy placements and the location of traps, anticipating and reacting to challenges before they arise. Dark Souls is a game less about specific rooms or corridors and more about ambushes, sightlines, and positioning, of when and where an attack is going to come from and how best to counter it. In Darkest Dungeon, all the game's systems were tied back into the concept of stress, with the dungeon being the delivery mechanism for it. With Dark Souls, all concepts and systems are anchored on its combat, which in turn informs that layout of those blind corners, ambushes, and arenas. Being well prepared in Dark Souls isn't about inventory, it's about observation. Upon making it off Tutorial Mountain, we're given a quest to ring 2 bells, one above and one below. We begin at something of a hub, with 3 possible paths forward, but again, this is more illusion. We could go right towards the Tightrope Ring and Undead Burg, which is the correct option, or we could go left to the Skeleton Graveyard from Ocarina, or down to Ghost Town. Skeleton Field, while possible, will absolutely murder us this early, and Ghost Town is filled with ghosts that can't be hit unless you have the right item, meaning they're also likely to stomp early players. 3 routes, 3 metaphorical doors, 1 actual path. Undead Burg reveals the structure of the game's areas, with linear paths leading to unlocked shortcuts, be they ladders kicked down, doors barred from one side, or opened with purchased keys. This is standard dungeon mastery of conquering the space, but it intersects meaningfully with Dark Souls' primary attrition mechanic, the Estus Flask. Our health goes away as people stab us, that's how health works. Given that attacks are punishing, health alone would require a lot of backtracking to the bonfire. So the game gives us the Estus Flask to keep us in the fight. I guess the D&D equivalent would be like hit die on a short rest, but I never loved that mechanic. Dark Souls, the game we're actually talking about, doesn't want enemies to drop health as that would ruin the tension, and it doesn't want a longer health bar as that would eliminate the fear. So they use a clever bit of mechanical illusion, having a short health bar that can be filled repeatedly. The Estus Flask eventually runs out of uses, necessitating a trip to the bonfire, which heals us, refills the flask, and respawns all the enemies. This is the short-term gameplay loop of Dark Souls, the Estus Flask solving a lot of problems for both player and designer. Crucially, it's one of the few things not upgraded through Souls or leveling, instead improved through the discovery of rare items, giving us a powerful incentive for exploration. This directly ties back into those shortcuts, because it means we can get to where we left off with more Estus uses intact, similar to jumping back in with a town portal scroll from Diablo, getting back to where we were, but at full strength. This incentivizes us to push ahead, ahead, like searching for a save room in Castlevania or an objective in Darkest Dungeon, because finding a shortcut saves us a lot of time in backtracking and gives us a better jumping off point for the challenges ahead with all our resources intact. All of these things, enemy placements, knowledge of traps, shortcuts, and bypassing threats, pays off, thanks to Dark Souls' punishing boss fights. Health bars in Dark Souls are best thought of as the number of mistakes you're allowed to make before you die. The higher your health when you enter the fight, the higher the tolerance for failure. Thus, every attack or bit of chip damage we suffer in the dungeon weakens us for the boss fight, granting less grace for the battle ahead. Compare and contrast with D&D, where wizards have to manage spell slots, deciding between wasting them on chump enemies or saving them for the big fights, and JRPGs, which have a similar decision with mana, but often give us a save and rest point right before a big fight to restore those lost resources. Dark Souls' economy is more of a mixed bag, intersecting with items, inventory, and exploration into a system more negative than positive. Us only having one resource, that being souls, is fine. I did the same thing in Wintermoor. It has a lot of downstream benefits, forcing choices between cheap items for an immediate benefit, equipment at medium cost for a medium benefit, and levels at high cost for a permanent upgrade. In Wintermoor, I even stretched this further, putting them on opposing curves. So items are more expensive and less useful at the beginning of the game when levels are cheap, but get more important as levels become more costly. Dark Souls also does this to an extent, items being more relevant at the beginning, levels in the middle, and equipment towards the end of the game, but their curves and intersections are less clear, tangled through the rest of the game's design. The other big issue is Dark Souls' economy is one way, at least for the first half of the game. We can't sell anything, which ripples into and detracts from other elements of the design. And something like Zelda not being able to sell resources is fine because everything is useful to us. And something like Grimrock, it's fine because we have a party. Cleric items can go to the cleric, rogue items to the rogue. But in Dark Souls, there is only us, with our class and our preferred playstyle, meaning most of the items in the game will be useless. While this is true in a lot of single-player games, those games let you sell them back. And here, there's no weight or slots to band the items in, we just carry it all. This means for much of Dark Souls, we're hoovering up countless items, as you can't see what they are at a glance, and then navigating the awful menus to manage them. I'd say Japanese studios really need to do better about their UI, and they do, but the West isn't much better with that awful Destiny cursor thing everyone keeps using. This equipment stuff has deeper implications on exploration, but first I want to complain about item degradation. So the items in Dark Souls degrade, another mechanic that shows up in a lot of games to mixed success. In Breath of the Wild, it's so that we'll try out different weapons and playstyles. In crafting games, they exist so we continually have to make new axes. Here, item degradation does three things. Primarily, it serves as an added sink for souls, so they don't build up too fast. Second, it helps support the themes of fear and a dying, decaying world. And finally, it hems in the use of magic items, whose unique abilities degrade weapons faster. And just none of these things are interesting. The impact on souls is rarely meaningful and never feels like a choice, more like a chore of paying our taxes because the developers demand it. The fear and sense of decay never really manifest, only occasionally popping up as an icon to remind us it exists. And worse of all, it means I never bothered using the magic abilities of items because it wasn't worth the hassle of upkeep or risk to the weapon. This, like the economy, is where we can see the downside of rippling design, less like the downstream flow of a river irrigating an ecosystem, and more like a flood of debris creating unintended damage. Now let's talk about exploration. Dark Souls exists in the tension between two ideas, one of perseverance in a dying world, the other in pushing on to the next bonfire, hoping it lies around the next corner, only to find a tough buff enemy or a fog door. The danger is that players will optimize the fun out of everything, never straying far from the campfire as they run the same loop over and over again until strong enough to push on. Dark Souls solves this through having levels get more expensive with each one we purchase, as do a lot of RPGs, forcing us deeper into the dungeon to get bigger payouts at bigger risk, rather than huddling around the safety of a bonfire. But they also do this through the use of multiple bonfires, the next one never far, tempting us to dare in the attempt to reach it, as opposed to Wizardry or Diablo, in which we are always returning to the same location. The actual layout is nothing new here, a mostly linear path of rooms and corridors with a few side nooks and crannies. Each section or biome has its own look, theme, color palette, enemy types, and navigational challenges. The 3D again being mostly illusion, aside from the occasional archer standing above. While it does impact gameplay, I think a lot of designers can find the 3D element intimidating, but it's worth remembering how flat these paths are and easily translated to paper. The game lures us into these diversionary paths, not with upgrades like Metroid, but items and equipment. Given Dark Souls punishing combat and low margin for error, these items can really make or break a build, like the rings that boost our defense near death, raise our stats overall, or greatly improve our stamina. But as we discussed with its inventory, the majority of these will be useless. Consumables we'll never use, equipment that doesn't match our class or playstyle. This in turn ripples into and damages exploration, altering the math of those side paths. And Metroid side paths always lead to some kind of upgrade. And Diablo, they were mandatory thanks to the capped experience. But in Dark Souls, they more often than not end up feeling like a waste of time. Remember that Dark Souls has a Groundhog's Day loop, revisiting the same areas with respawned enemies. But the items we pick up stay gone, which aids the gameplay of the loop while subtracting from its exploration. It helps the loop through basic risk and reward. I can chance sneaking past or beating this enemy, maybe living, maybe not, but escaping with the item, even if it's in depth, losing only the souls I carry. It turns time and resurrection into a valid tactic. But it fails because we don't know what's in the box, and more often than not, what's in the box doesn't matter. This one's going to require a little game theory to explain, so stick with me. When we find a diversionary path in Dark Souls, there are 4 possible outcomes. In outcome A, there's an enemy, which is bad. Outcome B, there's a trap, which is bad. Outcome C, there's a crap item, which is bad. And outcome D, there's a good item, which is good. Like a game show, these outcomes are fully intended by the designer. You get 2 bad results ending in attrition, then there's your weak result that should be a good thing, but sucks in context. Like when game shows would put laundry detergent as the prize. Like, it's free laundry detergent, and God knows that stuff isn't getting any cheaper. But what you really want is the brand new car. But here's the thing, outcome D is only good if the item is useful to me. Otherwise, it's just another bad result. I'm probably losing some of you at this point, so okay, so imagine this is a game show. Door number 1 is a Black Knight, which is bad. Door number 2 is a boulder trap, also bad. Door 3 has today's sponsor, repair powder. Yay, free powder, woo! And behind door number 4, a brand new staff, which only matters if I'm a wizard. You see the problem? My stabby sword guy does not need a staff, even if I want one in real life. To the knight or the barbarian, these are all bad options. And for much of the game, we can't even sell it for the street value. It's just a waste. Now, the designers are smart people. They are aware of this danger, so they take the obvious route. They just sprinkle items all over the damn place, like Castlevania did. You can't go 10 feet in this game without killing 3 people and finding 2 items. They're everywhere. But now we have to consider the psychology of the player, where all of this combines to teach the player not to explore. Exploration is dangerous, all risk, no reward. This is made more damaging by the worst part of any of From Software's designs, the game being purposefully mean to you just because it can. And look, I love all these games except for 2 and Sekiro, which I own but haven't played yet. I'll get to them. But From Software has a bad habit habit of putting juvenile gotchas in these games that they think of as like fun pranks, but end up feeling like the designer spitting in your face when you were just trying to play a game. It makes it feel like the joke is on you at your expense. Some people may be into that. It's definitely an intention of the design, but it is a mighty thin tightrope to walk. Sometimes it's good, like getting surprised with a boss fight, and sometimes it's bad, a prank that only the bully finds funny. Writers also have this problem, adding an annoying character we're supposed to hate, or the crying of a baby to tug at our heartstrings, but which results in people hating the movie they're watching. It doesn't add to the story the same way this doesn't add to the game, it's just unpleasant. So back to exploration, tangents will be the death of me. Dark Souls' challenge is in balancing predictability, caused by the Groundhog's Day loop, with the joy of discovery, and the knife's edge of mastery and boredom as we memorize every inch in enemy placement. This is made possible by another trade-off, that being the lack of a map. Dark Souls doesn't have one, helping that feeling of exploration and getting lost, and preventing us from seeing twists and turns before they happen. It also makes possible the surprise of fog doors, sometimes hiding boss fights, other times leading to more of the dungeon. Fog doors are great. I love fog doors. I even put one of them in my book. The negative here is that without a map, it can be a pain to simply remember how the hell to get back to an area we want to return to, tangled in all the twists and turns of all those shortcuts. While intentional, we have to remember people can and will look up this stuff on a second screen. I think an area map might have been more useful here, a half measure that would still keep twists and turns hidden, but I think Elden Ring proves you can just put maps in these things, no problem. With regards to exploration and areas, Dark Souls is no different than its predecessors, even if it favors branching paths, like the basement key, giving us the choice to push ahead into the church or backtrack to see what it opens, both leading to new routes to explore, new enemies to fight, new challenges and bosses to overcome, or the end of the church path, which splits again, leading back to the starting hub or towards the forest, itself splitting into the 20k locked door, the further path down around the bend, or down to Hydra Lake, each connecting to other later areas of the game. All these areas are either self-contained bottles, a la the library from Symphony, or are connective tissue. Some of these, like Undead Burg, are the classic Metroid formula, a chunk of dungeon that leads into another chunk, linear but arranged together. Others, like the Valley of Dragons, simply serves as a link between multiple areas, smaller and more limited in what they can offer. It all combines to create the illusion that this is one big interconnected space, much like Symphony's castle, rather than isolated biomes or regions. One of the big benefits to this style of design is if the player gets stuck in one area, they can go off somewhere else for a bit before coming back, something Elden Ring leaned fully into and saw greater success because of it. Unfortunately, Dark Souls lacks any kind of fast travel, at least until later, which can really dampen the exploratory instinct, not wanting to lose progress or have to backtrack through areas to dip our toes and others. This is partially alleviated by the shortcuts, but only if you remember where they all are and what they lead to. It definitely impacts the game's merchants, nearly all of whom are located down little side paths and in out-of-reach places. It can be a real pain backtracking back to a specific merchant you need for a certain item or upgrade, even once you get fast travel. Okay, so with all the broad overview stuff out of the way, let's dig deeper into specific locations, using them as case studies for how these systems interact and an overall discussion of dungeon design, some of which are downright brilliant, some of which are a hot mess. Doubling back to the original hub, there are still the two branches we haven't gone down, one to the graveyard and one to New Londo. Both are punishing to new players, but are more manageable once you get your hollowed legs beneath you. Heading into the graveyard, as it's easier to find, we learn the skeletons are pretty tough but have a long assembly time that makes them easy to avoid, experimenting with their capabilities or making mad dashes for items without getting stuck into a proper fight. Even if we die, the bonfire isn't far. There are also plenty of cliffs and obstacles, allowing us to lure them out one by one, steadily building our confidence with the game's systems and how to exploit them. Whether by flight or by fight, we make it to the other side, a cave waiting patiently for us, with screaming skulls and more skeletons. Only now, the skeletons won't stay dead. After a bit of experimentation, we realize we have to slog our way through endlessly repeating fights, using the long construction time to inch our way ahead or outright run. This leads us to the canyon, where we can Spartan skeletons to death out of desperation, bitterly fighting our way through until we realize something strange. Out here, the skeletons remain dead once more. It's an intriguing little puzzle and one of my favorite things in this game. Is it an artifact resurrecting them in the caves, or the presence of the screaming skulls? But no, it is of course merely the light. The light causes them to stay dead. In the graveyard, the sun is always shining. In the caves, it never does. And in the canyons, it is dependent on the time of day, of the rising of the sun and the long shadows formed by canyon walls. This opens up entirely new possibilities. Like the graveyard, we can lure skeletons out of place, drawing them out of the caves and catacombs and into the light. And the developers accomplished all of this with one of the most generic enemies in gaming. The final part of this area even gives us a lantern. It must be held in one of our precious hands, taking up the slot of a shield or weapon, but when equipped, casts light, causing the dead to stay dead and the caves to be easier to explore. This is both a damn smart confluence of design elements and of narrative structure. A neat 3-act play beginning in the graveyard with enemies that are difficult, but rewards us with items for sneaking around them. A second area of pure horror where they can't be killed, and a third area restoring hope and giving us the item we need to finish them off once and for all. It is a direct analog to Metroid's design, the lantern making traversal of this area easier. You can tell it's not Zelda's design because Zelda would have given us the tool halfway through in the caves rather than at the end of them. The only misstep with this otherwise perfect area is how it fits into the larger game. Getting through these 3 acts leads us to a new biome, which are much harder but built upon all the same tricks, the darkness requiring further use of the lantern. It's a solid area in its own right, but then we get all the way to the bottom and there's no reward, no shortcut, no anything. Just a special door we can't open and no way to get back but to crawl out, feeling like we wasted our time. Like the game is once again laughing at us through no fault of their own. This is why the get good, you just don't understand Dark Souls crowd needs to sit down and let the adults talk. Because the question I want you to ask yourself as designers is, why is this door locked? Up until this point, the game hasn't done that. There are exactly 2 locked doors between areas in this whole part of the game. One being the 20k soul door, and even that has a free backdoor if you can beat the Hydra. Be careful how you Google that. And the second in the Onion Knight gate, which we'll get back to. And I guess technically the Valley of the Drakes gate, but that's not a divider between biomes, that's a shortcut, like the Tower Door and a bunch of others. And I'm not talking about the lore here, like the prophecies and the Cinder Lords and all that shit. Don't think about it as writers, we can justify lore however we want. Think about it as designers. Why is this not just a fog door, even if colored red? Everything about this game's philosophy says I should be able to walk through this door and get my shit rocked if I'm good enough to get down here. So why are they stopping me now? Even if we killed the great boss that's down here this early, it doesn't do anything to break the game's structure. It just doesn't make sense. We just feel dumb for not knowing what we had no way of knowing, or that the designers didn't properly pace and structure their game. It makes us feel like we wasted our time, because we did. I can only wonder how many players hit points like this and simply walk away, never to return. And then there's New Londo, which takes all the great ideas of the catacombs and makes them worse somehow. The first big problem is actually the instruction we're given at the start of the game, of ringing 2 bells, one above and one below. The first bell atop the church with the gargoyles is reached through clear signposting, beginning in the Undead Burg and continuing until its conclusion. Only natural we would descend the stairs to ring the one below. Except, as those who have played this game know, the second bell isn't down here at all. It can't be reached this way. Now you could solve this through better signposting like they did with the graveyard, having tough enemies to scare us off from this area. But New Londo opens with the Hollowed Undead, which are the easiest enemies in the game, and a merchant. All the signposting is telling us this is where we should be. And then we get to the unkillable ghosts. Now pause here for a second. Don't literally pause here, then you can't hear the rest of the video. Some of you are by now no doubt laughing and thinking along the lines of, that's Dark Souls, joke's on you, welcome to the club noob, etc, etc. And while this is undeniably a great game, I need you to lock in, focus on me, and understand, deep down in your core, this is bad design. I don't mean it's mean, I don't mean it's juvenile or not to my taste, I mean it is actively not good. You can say you made food that tastes bad on purpose and I just don't get it, but no one will believe you. Just because Dark Souls is a masterpiece, and it is, does not mean it is above criticism or is perfect. I am emphasizing this point now, cause boy is it gonna come up again. Unkillable ghosts are not, in and of themselves, a bad thing. We just saw that with the cave skeletons. And fighting ghosts is an old trope with some universal answers we can experiment with. Magic weapons? Nope. Fire? Nope. Just more ghosts that can't be hit even though they can super stab us. Again, totally workable. It could be like the caves and we have to run through, finding a lantern on the other side that will let us fight these things. But here, the enemies are too numerous and the choke points too narrow to make that viable. Remember, it only worked in the caves because of the skeleton's assembly time. We can try to run through New Londo, we do try, but every attempt means a lengthy run back down a long elevator, and it is just so much easier to turn the game off and never play it again. There are, as it turns out, exactly 3 ways of killing ghosts, and they are all deeply flawed executions of an idea. The first involves dying to a specific status effect, is dumb, and is not worth the time it would take me to explain it, just trust me on that one. The second is a randomly spawning consumable called Transient Curse, which lets us kill ghosts for a limited time, and can be bought from exactly one merchant, all the way in a different area we may not even have found yet. The third is a special sword called the Jagged Blade that stabs ghosts like normal. This does present problems depending on your character's build not being good with swords, but the concept is solid. To be the lantern that makes the area traversable, no different than Zelda or Metroid. Except the Jagged Blade also drops randomly from the ghosts we're killing. And that is like some intro to game design amateur hour levels of not smart. It is so easy to softlock yourself here by using the consumable item and dying before reaching or dropping more. Your only recourse is to grind souls until you can buy one from the merchant, which aren't cheap, and play the ghost slot machine again. Even the blade is way too random. On my first playthrough back in the day, I got one of these immediately, so it never occurred to me how busted this area was. On this playthrough, it took ages because, again, random. What kills me is there's this great bit of signposting down here where we can see the item atop the church like a glowing beacon. While it is a real bitch to reach running, you can do it. And like the catacombs, this is functionally the end of this section. So again, thinking like a designer, why is this pickup not the Jagged Blade, and instead is a ring we don't care about? It's only used the status effect workaround for the ghosts, which is a pain in the ass. Worse, and just like the catacombs, we're not supposed to be here yet. There's nothing waiting for us down here but a boss fight we can't yet access until we get a key item we don't know exists from a boss we haven't had the chance to meet. Every death down here, all this experimentation involves respawning at the bonfire, getting to the elevator, taking the long ride down, resetting the elevator so it'll be at the top when we die, and trying with the ghost again in an area splitting off from the starting hub in a direction the game told us to go. It's not difficult. Nothing about this is difficult. It's tedious, and I really wish this studio would learn the difference. It is their biggest weakness as designers. You can argue, and I'm sure people will in the comments, about how this is all intentional suffering, given the rumors that Miyazaki is a masochist paying for the sane of pain. But why is that considered acceptable? These games aren't a masterpiece because of that juvenile cruelty. They're masterpieces in spite of it. Then again, I don't get why people eat spicy food, so maybe it's a me thing. At this point, I wandered around a lot because even though I'd beaten this game before, I couldn't for the life of me remember where I was supposed to go next. I missed an entire path thanks to some blurry textures in the forest, and discovered a hidden door thanks to falling off a cliff, which was fun. Following this new area of the forest leads to a butterfly boss and goes no further, making this another optional bottled area. It does give us the tower key, but that only opens up a shortcut back to Undead Burg, and a heavily armored guy I was doing great against until he one-shotted me. At least I pick up a cool shield along the way that helps my stamina regen, far more useful than New Londo's roof ring. Eventually, all this wandering leads to the sewer shortcut. It's this door which feels out of the way and optional, which is the real way forward, and not the downward staircase 10 feet from the start of the game. This gets us to the sewers, which is another connective dungeon like Undead Burg. There's even a ring of f***ing life-stealing down here, and now that's how you reward exploration. Hell, I'd go into a real-life plague sewer for a ring of life-stealing. Once we get past the sewers, it's down to Blighttown, and yeah, Blighttown sucks. It's awful. It's dark, poison dart guys hit you with zero HUD feedback outside of the rising toxicity, the mosquitoes infinitely respawn, and the whole area is a vertical maze of cascading bullshit that is deeply, categorically unfun. At least there's a suit of poison resistance armor at the bottom, just like the lantern in the catacombs. There's even a Metroid-style challenge room in here full of dart throwers that rewards us with a Firekeeper soul, one of the best items in the game. Now let's talk about the Spider Queen. The fight is much easier if we use the spider shield we got with all the poison armor. The shield isn't from a spider like Spider-Man, it's for a spider like Bug Spray. This requires a bigger leap in logic than I would prefer given how obtuse this game can be, but hey, Spider Shield kills Spider Queen, got it. But, and for there is always a but, and in this game you have to stab them to survive, remember the Ghost Blade? We fight Ghost in more places than just New Londo, like the souls of past heroes in the forest, and our Ghost Blade does nothing special to them. No extra damage, nothing. It's like the game can't decide what logic it wants to use, if genre savvy and mechanical literacy should be a benefit or a hindrance. There's no unifying logic or vernacular to the game. It's just one-off bullshit things with one-off bullshit solutions, like an old point-and-click adventure. It really adds to the sense of frustration, and it never really goes away in this game. For reasons that made sense only to the designers, killing the Spider Queen gets us to the second bell. This one triggers a vision of the Onion Gate opening, which at least tells us where to go. First, we detour into Lava Town, find a big guy who's real nice right up until we steal his sick-ass Ringwraith armor, and then it's time to run. Now, past the Onion Gate is another self-contained dungeon. It's a difficult dungeon, and boy is it meant to be. There's arrow traps, axe traps, a boulder trap, even a mimic, and all of this is fine. It's tedious, and we die a lot, but you know, it's fun in that Dark Souls kind of way. The problem is that this dungeon really needed a shortcut before the big stompy boss that has a habit of knocking you off the ledge, instantly killing you, and requiring a climb all the way back up before you can fight him again. That's not difficulty, that's tedium, and it's a waste of your time and mine. But the really unforgivable thing is that the dungeon has a shortcut, only it's not a ladder that you kick or a door that opens from one side like everything else in this game. It's these cages. You know, the ones that look like a random background detail. And look, these cage elevators are aesthetically cool, totally in vibe with the look and feel of this game. Mechanically, however, and through the lens of the already bad signposting, they are a complete mess. No other cage has worked this way, nothing in this game has worked this way up to this point. So again, thinking like a designer, how was I supposed to know that they were here or what they would do? You don't even get the button prompt until you are right up on them, and there are plenty of other places in this game where stepping off the path kills you. Modern game design gets a bunch of shit for slathering yellow paint on everything, but this is why. In a game built around tedious repetition of segments, this doesn't feel clever or like some test of our will and observation. It feels like a mistake, a cool idea poorly implemented. With the shortcut unlocked, we can kill the boss and head to Anor Londo. We hit another great door we can't open yet and realize the way forward is up this poorly signposted buttress to get us in this window. This being, for the record, mere moments after an NPC told us through dialogue, hey, just stand here and something will eventually happen. Like, come on, game. Think about how your players are going to interpret the information you give them. This leads to a tight beam segment, which is an interesting idea on paper, adding some traversal challenge to break up the combat, but suffers from the fiddly controls and camera. And then it's some stairs up, some stairs down, straight into a kill zone of 2 Black Knights you can do little against. The solution for this, let's call it a puzzle, is more tedious trial and error brute forcing. There's no triumph here, no challenge to make the player feel clever or powerful. We just barge through like a crying toddler who needs a nap. Once inside, we finally get back to some old-fashioned dungeon delving. We get rooms to clear, each one holding a distinct challenge, like the dungeons of yore. There's this one awesome room we find behind a fireplace filled with dark chests, which I was really hoping was going to be entirely mimics, but it ended up just being one of them. God, I love me some mimics. That's not actually true. I love catching mimics. Our reward for all of this is an armor set that makes us look like we're cosplaying as Steiner from FF9. The manor also has this fun double spiral staircase which limits which floor we can reach in a very Zelda-esque fashion, while still looking like mundane architecture. The sequence ending with a trip to the roof and a big old fog door. I got stuck on this boss for a bit, so it's time for another diatribe. One of the problems this game has that Elden Ring shared is the same as Diablo's. The optional areas are not really optional. This is because of both the leveling curve and the reward loop, both of which just kind of break past a certain point. The new items don't alter gameplay or change our builds. The magic weapons aren't worth using because of weapon degradation, the upgrade materials don't make enough of a difference, and the levels stop awarding stat increases. These curves only pick up again once we discover the optional areas, but we have to know they're there in order to do that. Without looking up a guide or getting lucky, it just feels like the game is broken, unfinished, or lacks polish. This is especially a problem in FromSoft games where death is punishing and risks are to be avoided. Compare and contrast with Subnautica, a game about getting lost with a similar progression of biomes, some of which can be really tricky to find, but which I was able to do so even without a guide. Speaking of other areas, there's the Valley of Drakes, which is meant to connect various parts, but doesn't work as a shortcut because it's full of narrow ledges and dragons, meaning it's often better to just go around. There's that forest gate we can open once we have enough money or can get past by killing the Hydra and climbing the ladder. And I think that's a choice worth highlighting, of the slow economic grind or the daring boss fight to get you where you're going. The area's main focus is the Forest of Dead Heroes, which is one of my favorite bits in this game. While these guys all have lore behind them, it's the mechanics I like, each one ambushing you out of the mist, evoking one of the game's classes, giving us real human opponents without having to engage in PvP. In many ways, it's Dark Souls highs and lows in one area. The dungeon design is straightforward, using connected ovals of open areas with generic enemies, unique enemies, and a boss fight. It has little in the way of rewards and lacks any mechanical or story justification for its existence outside of needing something to do. But it also has the Forest of Ghosts, a cool concept well executed, backed up by lore with fun combat. They make an otherwise generic area of filler into something memorable, which I suppose is a lesson all its own. The Asylum is similarly a mixed bag. It's a right pain in the ass to reach, but also gives us the narrative progression of returning to where we started, showing how far we've come. We fall into a boss pit because Dark Souls and nearly lose 24,000 souls, but escape thanks to a homeward bone. We kill the knight who saved us at the beginning, which is a good narrative touchstone all around, do some exploring, fight another demon, and grab the doll we'll need for later. It's basically a key, and while not a great reward, it's at least progress. I then wander around for a while. I kill a bunch of Black Knights, an enemy whose visual design is so good I stole it from my books. I kill a Hydra out of boredom, which has no real reward outside of the ladder, but at least it's a fun fight. I kill an undead dragon for a bafflingly disappointing 3,000 souls. It's roughly 3 a.m. and I don't know what I'm doing with my life. And remember that weapon scaling is supposed to be a thing in this series. I check the wiki and level up a few different weapons, as people consider the Drake to be something of a noob weapon, but none of the upgrades are as good as the thing I'm already using. I get to level 72 and leveling loses all value. There's content here, there are things to fight and places to go, but you have to wonder why a player would want to outside of merely being here. If there is a rock, you can kick it down the road, but you have to be pretty bored to do so. These are the times when your players get distracted by some other game and never finish the one you worked so hard to make. Which means it's time to talk about the Painted Dungeon, one of the best damn things in this game. It's part of what makes this game and this series so difficult to talk about and yet so fascinating. Because on the one hand, Dark Souls features some of the best design I've ever seen, and on the other, it's just filled with childish bullshit. The Painted Dungeon is a bottle dungeon, no different than Symphony's library, being entirely self-contained, dumping us out right where we came in. It's a great use of a diegetic location. The castle, I mean, not the painting. You can put a painting anywhere. The castle looks and feels like a real place while sporting all the hallmarks of castle design, with distinct areas and a logic as to how those areas connect to one another. We've got buildings, a courtyard, stairs up and around, the outside yard, sewers, and even a maze of hidden paths and bone wheels recycled from the catacombs. Get it? Recycled? There's even an optional annex within this optional dungeon holding more items, more rewards for exploration. The only real problem with this area is how tucked away it is, requiring us to find a hidden path back to the optional asylum to find the doll and know it has to be used here, all to access an optional area that's needed for the leveling and item curve to progress. One last touch I really like here is that even the boss is optional. She'll straight up let you leave if you want to, but we need levels and items, so murder it is. It ends up being a really cool boss fight, tracking the invisible lady through her footsteps in the snow. I remember figuring this one out back in the day without ever having to look it up, and it just felt amazing. This whole area rules. It's just so good. One of the best parts of the game. Okay, so now that we've leveled up and are in a better mood, we can go back and get revenge on the guys who killed the Firekeeper. We just wipe the floor with them thanks to leveling and get two important rewards, one being the Firekeeper soul and the other being a ring. The Firekeeper soul is an interesting choice of using it to upgrade our Estus flask or revive her, but it's the ring I really want to talk about. Bear with me. So RPGs really only used cursed items in two ways. 3 if you count how they combine those two approaches. The first is the classic. You put a thing on and can't take it off, a la NetHack. It's a gotcha in the same way a mimic is, punishing you for a lack of caution or being greedy. The other way is a trade-off mechanic common to roguelites, in which we have a choice between an item that only raises our stats a little, or an item which will give us a big boost at some other cost, be it a lowered stat or suffering more damage. This is used to subtly alter builds, by making your barbarian into a glass cannon that hits extra hard, but at the cost of dying as fast as any wizard. And I have just never liked this approach to design. Especially in a roguelike, it's all too easy to end the run early. The end result is a choice that isn't a choice, opting for the safer, weaker path every time that leads to a better build over the long haul. Some modern games have squeezed life out of this mechanic by combining the two approaches, giving you an obvious drawback, but only temporarily. Survive for the requisite time, kill so many enemies, and you get to keep the stronger item with the drawback removed. Risk, reward, basic game design. So back to Dark Souls. We only have 2 ring slots, and while some of these are universal, say getting more defense, a lot of them are situational, giving us different advantages or protections against certain types of enemies, damage, or status effects. Again, this is, game design. But it means we have a lot of incentive to find, experiment with, and swap out rings. Enter the Ring of Favor and Protection, which boosts our health, stamina, and equipment load, but breaks when we take it off. And if you don't know anything about game design, trust me, goddamn is this smart. It may be the smartest thing in this whole game. It is such a good ring mechanically, health, stamina, and weight being the things we're constantly struggling with. And we can take it off anytime we want. We even have a second ring slot if we want to wear something else, like the traversal ring we'll get later. But once you put it on, you are always aware of it. You think about it when you're swapping equipment around, worried you might accidentally take it off. You think about it when entering a new area or fighting a boss and wanting better resistances. Curses in NetHack are these programmed artificial things, a boolean tied to an object. But here, knowing we can take it off whenever we want, the curse exists not on the item, but in the player's mind. It's like if you were making a Lord of the Rings RPG, of which there are several by now, and statted the one ring so that it boosted all of your stats by 20%, but taking it off results in permanently lowering your max health by 10%. Everyone wants it, but once taken, no one can give it up. Dark Souls Ring is so brilliant, so much better than the ha-ha gotcha method of design most games use for curse items. It's a shame that mentality doesn't extend to more parts of this game. I make another run at the twins only to die again. That one's my fault. It was 4 a.m. and I straight up didn't have the physical reaction times needed. I killed them the next morning thanks to some rest and keeping Solaire alive. I'm sure that won't come back to bite me. This finally gives us the ability to warp between bonfires, a thing this game needed since the start. There's no signposting and no map, however, resulting in us eventually wandering back to the Firelink Shrine, and there's a big demon guy we can finally sell items to. If we take a literally suicidal leap in logic and let the big guy eat us, we'll get a cutscene that lowers all those red doors, meaning we're officially in the back half of the game. I think this is meant to be some kind of Ocarina Link to the Past FF6 moment of a new world to explore in the existing space, and I just don't think anything about it works. This game flows way better if these doors had all been open from the start. I would say everything goes smoothly from here, but it doesn't. The Catacomb Red door doesn't actually lead to a new dungeon, just a short tunnel full of skeleton babies, which is a special kind of fucked up, and a boss that is neither interesting nor rewarding. And Orlando's door leads to a bull I can't seem to hit with anything but chip damage, so we capture the first one in a doorway and get the second one caught on some pillars, because in this house, we fight bullshit with bullshit. This at last leads to another proper dungeon, that being the library, but first I want to complain about the weapon and level scaling in this game. Instead of a sword giving us a flat boost, say +6 to strength, these games use a multiplier signified by a letter. So something with C only gets a little better based on our strength, while something with an A gets a lot better with our strength. It's multiplication instead of addition. The benefit is that the weapon, in theory, grows with us. It gets stronger as we do, rather than being made quickly obsolete and left behind. Compare and contrast with how equipment normally works in an RPG, swapped out for something better every time we reach a new town. This is why people don't like the Dragon Sword. It doesn't scale, which is ironic now that I think about it. The sword only gives us a flat 10 no matter how strong we are. We will quickly outpace it unless it gets upgraded. Compare that to the humble broadsword, which the knight starts with. It's initially quite weak, but has a scale of C, meaning it will get stronger as we do, multiplying our strength instead of adding a single number to it. This is perfectly acceptable design, but it fails in this game for 2 reasons. First, the game doesn't really explain it. You're left to suss it out on your own or consult a wiki, and I will always consider that bad design. Anytime any media, but especially games, requires you to consult something outside of the game to understand it, that's bad design. It's a clear indication of failure, either in communication or education of the game's systems. If I'm 40 hours into your game and haven't figured out this vital system, I'm either colossally stupid or your design went off the rails somewhere. Second, the leveling doesn't help near as much as the community seems to think it does. The Drake Sword is considered a baby tier noob weapon for idiots that don't understand scaling, but the Drake Sword outperforms nearly every weapon in its class until the very end of some upgrade paths, and even then not by much. And each of those upgrade paths require souls, crafting materials, and a special item just to see if it will make the tiniest bit of difference. Like, I'm sure your Claymore brings all the souls to the yard, but side by side, the Drake Sword does more damage to nearly every enemy as other basic swords, and the dragon scales are easy to get a hold of thanks to farming them in the valley. So you have a system that isn't well explained, and even when functioning as intended, isn't that great, leading someone to get frustrated trying to improve weapons for no benefit, or bored, spending nearly the entire game with the same weapon. It's one of the weakest parts of this game, and it ties back into exploration. Even if we find a new weapon we like that either matches our playstyle or makes us want to experiment with a new one, we're unlikely to, as the weapon will need to be upgraded to reach parity with what we already have, requiring more precious souls we don't want to spend. Okay, so let's double back to leveling. Upon entering the library, I was getting my butt kicked. Even though I was level 70-something and had heavy armor, the enemies were just laying into me. I can't go get new equipment because there isn't much to find and nowhere to buy it. And this is where I'd normally level past it. Maybe explore some new areas or go kill Great Nico in the catacombs, but this won't work because the leveling breaks. The level progression isn't just slowed when you get to the upper levels, it's skipped. I'm sure someone can explain the specific math behind how all this works, but the game does a really smart thing when leveling to incentivize diversifying your stats. If I level a stat too often, it will only give me a +2 when leveling. But if I level a different stat instead, say stamina, it'll give me 3 points. Not a huge difference, but an encouraging one, ensuring I have a more diversified build overall instead of constantly dumping points into one thing. It's making sure I don't min-max to my own detriment. But in your 70s, that all stops. Not only does the game not give you a bonus, it stops giving you anything at all. It's just a dead level. And I can't for the life of me think why you would do that. Like, forget Dark Souls for a second. Put your undead foam fingers aside and think about the problem as designers. If you want to slow a leveling curve, you just make the levels more expensive. And if you want to stop the leveling curve altogether, you give them a max level. Or as they did with Sekiro, you can make a game without levels at all. Leveling in an RPG is important. For one thing, it resets the gameplay loop when we get to a new area. Second, it acts as a safety net in design. Players come to this game with a whole variance and skill level, and balancing enemies and boss fights can be really tricky. Allowing players to level up gives us a buffer for these things, ensuring the player can grind a few levels and proceed, even if we get the balancing wrong, or if there's a minor deficit in their skill. Some games don't want to do that, so they get rid of leveling altogether. Mario, for example. Now, when talking about Dark Souls, the refrain is to get good, that you, the player, need to be better. But this is quite simply not the game they've made. It's not their design. And you can tell this thanks to the Capra Demon fight, which people discuss as some sort of you must be this tall to ride this ride moment. But that's just not true. While the Capra Demon will stomp your face in initially, you can quite easily level past it. This isn't a progress gate. It's not a test of skill to ensure we've learned what's needed to survive the game ahead. It's just a tough fight that has to be handled well thanks to cramped corridors and some dodgy camera work. So either they have a normal RPG in which leveling acts as a grace for poor skill, only to break it 2/3 of the way through the game, which is bad, or they made a game in which we were supposed to learn earn a certain level of player skill, but never did because we could just level past it, which is bad. In either scenario, we get to the back third of the game only to be left high and dry, with either a deficiency of leveling or a deficiency of skill, without any real way to solve that deficiency, as the levels run out and the enemies are either too easy or too punishing to make for good learning partners. Both of these problems, the lack of items or upgrades and the lack of levels, directly contribute to a sense that while there is a lot of game here still to play, there isn't reason to do so. I can fight Graveyard Nico, I can kill Graveyard Nico, but why would I want to, either narratively or mechanically? Story-wise, there's been no justification or characterization other than he is here. Mechanically, it doesn't get me anything. No cool item, not enough souls to level, and no stat increase when I do level. So why do it other than it is here? The lack of rewards, either in items or levels, is how the game mechanically tells us it's time to stop playing it. In Mario, you have to kill the boss to proceed to see the next stage, but here the areas are all open, so what is the motivation? I just don't know why you would do this to your leveling system outside of some Lucy in the football style of gotcha, and it's what I mean by the juvenile bullshit in these games. It just looks childish and mean-spirited, and it really impacts the desire to keep playing a series that admittedly has a lot of brilliance to offer. We have to consider, as both designers and audience, that for every frame-perfect naked run streamer who beat the game at level 1, there are thousands of people who bounced off these wonderful games because the game didn't explain itself, failed to create systems that would support players, or broke the unspoken contract it had with them. And the reason I'm making such a big deal of this is because From Software, in spite of all their brilliance, ran into these exact same problems nearly beat for beat in Elden Ring. That game's exploration, items, and leveling curve only work if you include these secret optional areas, and for that to work, you have to know they are there. For all the progress this studio and this team have made in their games, there are design sensibilities they refuse to let go of, and it makes these games worse as a result. So we persist, because what else am I going to do with my life? We tank the sad lore dog and feel bad about it because of his little paw, and not to harp on it, but I think this one fight sums up all of Dark Souls for me. It is a beautiful, poignant, tragic moment that sticks in the memory years later, and is a fight that is supposed to take skill and stamina and daring. It's everything people love about this series, or at least love talking about. And yet, we just level past it, cheesing it to death like the Capra Demon by stabbing it in the undercarriage until the fight is over. I didn't beat this boss on its terms or the game's, I just stabbed it a lot. I get no reward, save a ring which lets us travel the abyss, whatever that means. I mean, obviously it's a key that will let us reach another boss, but we have no way of knowing that. At this stage, we don't know anything. And that's the worst part, because I have no idea why we killed the sad lore dog, other than it was here and we needed things to kill. You could make that a point of the story, that we are the true villain, but the game never does. It just fumbles about with mechanics and art assets in a way that feels rushed and unsatisfying, even if the dog is beautiful. Thankfully, the library is a pretty cool dungeon, and it helps show off one of the smartest aspects of Dark Souls dungeon design. These areas or biomes can be broken down into 3 types. You got your connective areas that link multiple parts of the dungeon, like Firelink Shrine, the Valley of Dragons, and the first part of the forest. Then you got your traditional dungeons, which generally link 2 areas in a linear fashion and end in a boss fight. This is your Undead Burg, New Londo, and the Catacombs. And finally, you have the bottle dungeons, like the Painted Castle, Asylum, Axe Fortress, or the Library, which are meaty, substantial areas that either dump you out where they came in or take us to an entirely new area. The brilliant thing about Dark Souls is how it connects them together, like pieces of a singular puzzle, rather than litter them across an overworld like Zelda or a monolithic facility like Metroid. There's the usual stuff of it having its own aesthetic and enemy types, but with an added gimmick of moving staircases controlling access to different parts of the dungeon right out of Zelda. We do get railroaded to death by a dragon, which is lame and really muddies the water on what the game is trying to teach the player, but at least it gets us to the prison. Here we have to kill the guard to grab the key, triggering a cutscene. The music starts and the place fills with slug flares who will chase us if we try to escape, but leave us alone if we go back to our cell, and a sequence straight out of Doctor Who. Breaking out, we can traverse the other cells and fight other prisoners, grabbing keys and items along the way. We turn down the music and head out, emerging back into the library, now able to turn all those switches and move all those staircases. It's another 3-act structure, used rather cleverly to break up the standard 2-phase dungeon most Zelda temples have, of the before and after caused by getting a new item. It also provides thematic bookending between the prison here and the one at the start of the game, of the library itself around the new prison. Get it? Bookending with a library? Like the circular staircases of Anor Londo, the moving staircases squeeze more dungeon out of the limited space, controlling when and where we can go, transforming the dungeon into a puzzle, again, right out of Zelda. While it hasn't completely repaired the broken leveling or missing rewards, it shows how much can be accomplished with direct, linear dungeon design when incorporated into the wider whole. Exiting the library leads to a crystal cavern where the butterfly bosses are a common enemy. Mechanically, this shows the player how far they've come, while narratively explaining where those creatures originate. Unfortunately, navigating this place sucks. There's invisible bridges we have to locate by dropping pebbles, of which we can only carry so many and have to leave the area to buy more of. The enemies here don't even drop them, which is just all kinds of bad design. Falling is also an instant death, necessitating a long walk back from the bonfire. What follows is crawling about in the dark, dropping stones every 5 feet, as yet another example of the difference between tedium and difficulty. This kind of thing is cool for like a bridge, not a whole area. Thankfully, it doesn't last long, aided by the butterflies all being peaceful. We fight a big centipede and get a ring of lava walking straight out of Metroid, rewarding us for beating the area and making it easier to traverse in the future. That's never not going to work on me. We find the Onion Knight we haven't seen for ages, and the floor is literally lava, which is just a great choice to make. As a designer, you'd be forgiven for not putting lava past this point. After all, we just got the ring of lava walking. But that would make the ring only useful for the areas we've already been. By putting lava areas past that point, it gives us reason to use that ring, forcing decisions on which ring to equip, and makes us feel powerful and rewarding for finding it. The area is full of Rancor chocobos, which give 2,000 souls a pop, making them 2/3 of an undead dragon, or 1/10 of a forest door. The linear areas of these games really remind me of Phantasy Star Online for some reason, and if I ever get around to doing one of these videos for followers and companions, I'll have to put Mags on the list. I bother actually sleeping in real life for once and kill the 4 lords on the first try. Welcome to level 100. On the way back down to somewhere, I've lost any semblance of a thread at this point, we find a dead witch named Beatrice, which is an awesome coincidence with my own books. I don't know why, maybe it was the sleep deprivation at this point, but finding her made me unreasonably happy. Though I think my Beatrice is better given her witch's hat is actually enchanted. And get to the Fire Area's boss, which is a platforming puzzle boss for some reason. He does major damage and falling is instant death, which just sucks so hard, and this is actually a good thing to nitpick on for a minute. Forcing me to do an area over and over again, perfectly nailing it isn't difficulty, it's just a waste of time. Like, eventually the stars will align and I'll do it perfectly, but that's just a measure of persistence, not skill. Skill is being able to do it perfectly every time, but video games only ever ask us to do it once. As annoying as these sequences are in video games, and I wish games would stop doing them, this one actually makes an entirely separate mistake because you aren't actually meant to solve this one in one go. It's another puzzle boss like the dragon guy. The orbs here on the side don't respawn. So you kill one, die, kill the other one, die, and then kill him on the third run. It's like a bad take on the Dormammu fight from Doctor Strange. And the thing is, this could have worked, making a point of the player's respawn ability, allowing them to overcome impossible odds, like that awesome Doctor Who episode from Capaldi's run. But here it's ruined because the bonfire's location. It's just too far. If it was closer and this was quick, it would feel cool and cinematic. As it is, it just feels like a slog. I didn't feel triumphant beating it. I felt relieved my chores were finally over. All they had to do was put the bonfire outside the door, and this becomes a much cooler fight. That done, we have one last dungeon and one last door. It's a linear path with Black Knights that respawn now and no items. Well, one item. The Black Knight armor I've been waiting for all game, seeing as I stole it from my books. Heading through the door, we do okay in this fight right up until we don't. It's a fine fight conceptually, but man is it punishing. Very little margin for error, leading to more tedious runs. I can get through this entire sequence of Black Knights without taking a single hit, proving I've mastered it. But because of the game structure, I have to slog through it again and again just to have another shot at the boss. It's another problem that persists in this series into later games. I've already proven I can do it. Why are you making me do it again? You're just punishing my real-world lifespan at this point. Having been through this before in Dark Souls 1 and 3, we bail and go looking for the one blacksmith I've clearly missed, seeing as I have an upgrade ember I can't use. Turns out you have to get to him via a suicide jump, which again makes no sense and is made purposefully annoying by this knob on the wall. I really don't understand why the designers insist on doing these kinds of things. I don't see some master designer encouraging me to try again. I just see some sniveling kid laughing at me like Nelson from The Simpsons. Even if the Miyazaki being a masochist thing is true, it kind of sounds like internet bullshit to me. Just go to therapy. Or failing that, have some professional fucking discipline. It's insane to say with how beloved and successful these games are, but these instincts hold them back. Maybe not commercially, but as designers, as artists. The clearest case being the inability to pause in these games. It's straight up unconscionable. Being able to pause doesn't break the tension. The tension comes from knowing I have to fight this intimidating boss, from navigating this high beam. Being able to pause the game is just a basic necessity of the medium, and it's unforgivable not to include it out of some egotistical sense of wanting the player to feel fear or whatever. It's a basic accessibility issue, and it really makes me think less of the developers at basically every turn. When you think about people with pets, with kids, with physical needs, hell, just needing to go to the bathroom or run and check on something, not letting players pause is not just juvenile, it's cruel and it needs to be fixed. There's no excuse for it, and if this company had any honor, they would go back and patch it into their previous games, seeing as they're still selling them. We make another attempt at the boss, getting more aggressive this time, get lucky in a couple spots, and take him down. It's 5:30 a.m. when this happens, reaction times be damned, and the credits roll. The cycle starts once more, and we get this really cool visual of a Black Knight in the asylum, and then just wreck the demon for a bit of catharsis. Dark Souls is one of the greatest games of all time, unquestionably a masterpiece, but god is there some bullshit in this game. It carries forth much of the best ideas of dungeons before it. Grinding and gameplay loops to make the character better. Meaningful, impactful loot that isn't just random. Thoughtfully designed encounters instead of random enemies. Themed areas with enemies that match and highlight their purpose. The Zelda and Metroidvania idea of items themed to their areas, but done in a way that makes more sense diegetically, like the lantern in the catacombs. Interconnected areas and shortcuts to ease backtracking and navigation. There are missteps, true, the Ghost Blade and Ghost Town not having a map, no fast travel. It's interesting that fast travel even comes up given it comes from a lineage of open worlds and not dungeons. But man, is it noticeable when it's gone. On the one hand, fast travel aids exploration, giving me confidence I can easily get back to where I currently am if I want to explore somewhere else. But doing so would eliminate the need for shortcuts and pass-throughs between areas, breaking the interconnected feel of its world. These shortcuts are really the only reason we have to revisit old areas once they're no longer useful for leveling and we've recovered all the items. Compare and contrast with Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne, both of which use a hub structure in which cleared levels can be ignored altogether, or Elden Ring, which used fast travel extensively, but did so by leaning into an open, almost Breath of the Wild-esque design. It feels less like an evolution of Dark Souls and more a new line, like Bloodborne or Sekiro, which I guess is why they gave it a different name. Why is there weapon degradation in this game? Why is there unlimited inventory and overlapping items if we can't sell them for half the fucking game? Why are there so many stupid deaths that exist solely to chip away our real-world lifespans, wasting not only time in-game, but our own existence? And for what? To get back to where we were in the dungeon, only to risk the dumb trap again? It's the worst part of these games for me, and their biggest crime aside from not being able to pause. One thing I will give Dark Souls credit for is that the enemies are all well suited to their areas. The skeletons in the catacombs, the rock guys who grab you in the narrow walkways, making for more sense than the randomness of, say, Wizardry or Castlevania. Out of all of the games we've looked at for this video, Zelda was probably the only other standout in that regard. It's surprisingly rare. I think in many ways, Dark Souls represents the current final evolution in dungeon design. It does so many things well, carrying past traditions forward, iterating on them until they look seamless. The dungeon and interesting combat combining into a formula that has captured so many. But it's hard not to notice all the ways in which its juvenile traditionalism holds it back. Cheap deaths, unnecessary runbacks, and a general feeling that the game is unfair, not because of the world the game takes place in, but because of the designers who built it. One of the reasons I harp on this stuff is because I fear an entirely new generation will play these games and take all the wrong lessons from them. There's still this sense in this industry that games need to be hard, they need to be earned. But that mentality comes from the arcade, and it only existed in the arcade to milk you of your money. If all designers end up doing is chasing what Dark Souls was, rather than what it can become, we'll only ever get watered down versions of Dark Souls, in the same way that a lot of indie games are pale imitations of the classics we loved as children. But it also means that if someone takes those lessons to heart, they could create a game with all of its strengths and none of its weaknesses. A game which leaves behind its masochistic, childish ideas for mature, intricate, and impactful design. I hope I get to play it someday. Hollow Knight is a lovely game. Amazing soundtrack, beautiful artwork, a game in which the vibes are always immaculate. It is a beloved entry in what has become a beloved series by a small independent team and has earned every bit of praise it's been given. But I am about to spend 10 minutes punching it relentlessly in the face, so if you love this game, maybe skip this bit and go to the wrap-up. And if you worked on this game, you made a lovely thing you should be proud of, you can ignore me completely. This is a video about dungeon design. Hollow Knight is, on its surface, a Metroidvania. There's a big open dungeon with self-contained sections that act as more traditional dungeons or levels, each one granting us an ability which helps us navigate the area, exploit shortcuts through the larger mega dungeon, and find upgrades or secrets. It is also something of a Soulsborne, complete with enemy drops used to buy upgrades, which we lose upon dying and have to make a corpse run to get. Enemies are punishing with combat built around timing and positioning. The game combines these two genres, these two design sensibilities, within the limited framework, scope, and budget of an indie title. It's a great game made by a small team with a clear passion for what they do on display at every possible turn. The presentation is incredible. The enemies are adorable, the combat sharp. A huge deserved hit with its now somewhat fanatical fanbase. And it is a game I have bounced off twice, which seems odd and is the thing I want to unpack here. I should love everything about this. I love both Metroidvanias and Dark Souls, despite complaining about both in this video for entirely too long. I love the presentation of this thing. After all, the Ori games and Kena are both favorites, and there's a clear overlap there. Even the more haunted gothic setting of Hollow Knight is right up my alley. So what gives? Hollow Knight starts with a linear tutorial sequence, dumps us into a town we'll be returning to, and introduces us to a big hole in the ground leading to a mega dungeon for us to explore. This is by now a familiar framework we've seen across multiple games and genres, well-worn territory, and a beautifully haunted wrapper. I should love this game. I wanted to love this game, and I just don't. Things start out okay, cute little enemies dropping currency for killing them, benches in place of bonfires to save progress, and reset the tension of the gameplay loop. Just some of the best presentation I've seen outside of Nintendo. It's hard to see these little moments like this digging guy singing and not fall in love with this thing. But as often happens, the more time I spent with Hollow Knight, the more I found its beauty to be skin deep. One of the big changes Hollow Knight makes to the format is not to remove the map, as Dark Souls did, or to give us a map we have to fill out, like Symphony of the Night, but a map we have to buy, using those bug bits we keep collecting. We can't see where we are without buying a special charm, and have to reach a bench to fill out the map we've bought. I think they wanted to give us that feeling of exploration and getting lost in a wider world, but I don't see how this accomplishes that. I suppose it encourages dungeon mastery, both in literally mapping the dungeon, but also in rewarding us for being able to navigate it without the charm, freeing up an extra slot. And it gives us reason to push on when hearing the map maker or seeing his notes littered about. But all of those things would be accomplished by having the map fill out like in other games, unless they didn't want a map at all and decided to include it as a safety net, a crutch for the players that needed it. But then why the added barriers? Why take up a charm slot that will make us even weaker? And then there's the economy, or rather, the lack thereof. Hollow Knight, following in the lineage of Metroid, does not have leveling. Instead, we find merchants and other NPCs in the dungeon that come back to our little town. And this is a good thing, it's really smart. It rewards us for finding them, fills out the town, and acts as a reminder for what we've accomplished and how far we've come. We collect geos from murder or ground deposits and use them to buy things in those shops. We can buy the aforementioned maps, charms that augment our playstyle, and occasionally a limited amount of upgrade materials, functionally the same as heart pieces from something like Zelda. And we pay for things in the dungeon itself, opening certain shortcuts, optional benches, and fast travel points. The shops are quite limited, both in the inventory they carry and the quantity of said items. The price for individual items can be high, but are also one-time purchases, quickly running out of stock. The shop becoming a shadow of its former self, exhausted of supply, with no reason to come back to it. The loop only resetting when we find another shop. Exhaustible shops aren't new either. That's functionally how JRPG shops work. We buy the new equipment and move on. But there, it's part of a wider progression in travel, of reaching and exploring new towns. You finish an area, traverse the overworld, find a new town with shops of new equipment, hit the dungeon, get the MacGuffin, and move on once more. By applying that system to a Metroidvania, they've instead created not a place to hold new equipment, but for the upgrades we would normally find in the world. It's like if Metroid had a shop that existed solely to hold extra health health and missile upgrades. While that's a thing you can do, it adds to Hollow Knight's greatest struggle: exploration. Hollow Knight's structure is the same as any other Metroidvania, with areas of dungeon comprised of cells or screens, each containing some combination of platform and combat challenges. Upon reaching a new area, we see challenges we can't overcome, explore the space, and get a new upgrade, usually after beating some kind of boss. This allows us to overcome said challenge and aids backtracking, allowing us to find upgrades or resources. Textbook Metroidvania. And then there's the Soulsian bit. We reach a new scary enemy, kill bad guys, collect their, I guess it's their shells in this instance, which we hoard to buy things and will drop if we die, triggering a weakened state in a desperate run to recover said shell souls. The loop resetting when we find a bonfire and level up. Only here, there's no leveling. We can only spend those geos in the store, and because there's nothing to spend them on, they quickly build up and lose all meaning. Even if some of the charms feel initially expensive, they're quickly cleared out of the store, leaving nothing else to buy. The thing that makes Souls work in Dark Souls is that there is always something to spend them on, and thus always a reason we want them, because we want to level up. And it's why we care so much about the corpse run, like the 24k I nearly lost to the Asylum Demon, because we needs them. This also affects the bosses, who in this game are really well designed, super fun to fight. Hell, I can beat several of them without taking a single hit, and I don't think I can say that about any Soulsborne boss. But killing them just gets us geos. No levels, no items, just a currency I already have too much of. And this cascades back into exploration because outside of generally playing the game, there's no reason to actually do it. Take the charms, for instance. They're the major thing to spend money on, but like equipment in Dark Souls, many of them aren't applicable to our playstyle, or aren't worth equipping when we have such limited slots. We end up buying them simply because we can, and because they're located here in the shops, they aren't located in the dungeon. There's no real discovery of equipment in this game. No cool swords, no magic rings, or better armor, aside from the abilities we get as part of the story, and a handful of Zelda-like upgrades to our health or sword. Upgrades, when they do happen, are limited, typically 1 or 2 per area, and can only be recovered once you have the appropriate ability to reach them. While there are some charms you can find in the world, which alter play the same way equipment would, many are left in the shops. The dungeon has all the same pockets that a Metroidvania does for missile tanks and energy upgrades, but with nothing to put in them. The designers opt for geocaches instead, exploding into money when we're already rich. This further ripples into backtracking. In a traditional Metroidvania, there are a lot of missile upgrades or energy tanks to find. In Castlevania or Dark Souls, there's equipment and leveling to do. And Hollow Knight, it might get us an upgrade if we have the ability we need to access it, which only feels like a reward if the charm fits our playstyle and we want to burn a slot on it. More often than not, all we find is more geos. It all ties together, because without those shops, without geos, without these Soulsian mechanics, these same charms sitting on store shelves would instead be in the dungeon. We would still run into the problem of finding charms not matching our playstyle, but at least we would find more of them, giving us reason to see what's around the next corner, besides idle curiosity. If you read a lot of reviews for Hollow Knight, there's a common thread of people feeling like they were just wandering around. And I think that sums up how I felt about my time with the game, beautiful presentation aside. It's a map with a lot of zigzagging, of figuring out how and where you are supposed to go next. While a lot of games have that, with Hollow Knight's mechanics, I rarely felt as if that wandering had either a point or a benefit. It just felt like wasted time. And I think it's because there are mechanics here that are sensible in isolation, but don't gel with the wider game they're in. Making me buy a map and pay to fill it out and to buy shortcuts are all reasonable mechanics, but with an empty map and no reason to explore, it doesn't hold much benefit. The charms are an interesting way to augment playstyle. Lots of games use them and can provide a reward for exploration, but they are so few and far between as to rarely feel satisfying to find. I end up buying charms because I have the money for it, with nothing else to spend it on, even when I know I'm never going to use them. And let us not forget the corpse run mechanic, which keeps showing up in games it has no business being in. And Hollow Knight specifically, there's no tension in losing our geos because they're f***ing everywhere and we have nothing to spend them on. It's a mechanic without a purpose. It's here because the designers thought it was cool in another game and didn't think to build the underlying reasons as to why it should be meaningful in this one. Compare and contrast with, say, the Ori games, also following in the footsteps of the Metroidvania, also with a beautiful aesthetic and just some all-time great soundtracks, but which don't have a corpse run, which don't have player economies and leveling and buying maps, and whose mechanics fit much better into their overall design. Or, stepping outside of other Metroidvanias, look at something like Red Dead 2, which has a charm system that encourages exploration of its map and requires certain materials to build, but which we can equip all of at once and give permanent bonuses to our character. Hell, even look at Red Dead's map, which fills out as we explore. Makes more sense for Hollow Knight's system of buying maps and paying to unlock shortcuts than it does in Hollow Knight. I would have totally bought the idea of needing to buy maps one region at a time in Red Dead, or paying to unlock those train stations and stagecoaches. And Hollow Knight, it only makes sense within the game's logic, and even then has little purpose outside of a money sink for a currency that didn't need to be there to begin with. Hollow Knight ends up being a game that has all of the infrastructure for leveling, a la Dark Souls, but no actual leveling mechanic, splitting the difference between something like Ori and something like Castlevania, resulting in mechanics that don't belong here. This, in turn, feeds back into the dungeon, because there's just no reason to explore it outside of more game to play. Another corridor, another room, another group of enemies or platforms. While a weird comparison, I ended up thinking a lot about Subnautica while playing. I guess I just think about that game a lot. Both games are less concerned about moment-to-moment mechanical gameplay and are more about the vibes, man. And Hollow Knight undeniably has vibes. It's all vibes, but I never felt rewarded for the exploration, even within a presentation and aesthetic I really enjoy. In Subnautica or Red Dead 2, which, let's be fair, are open world games, you have these moments of entering new biomes and just being wowed. This can happen in Castlevania or Zelda 2, an area being so interesting to look at you can't help but want to poke around and see what's out there. But crucially, those games have mechanical systems which back up and sustain that instinct once the initial impression wears off. And games like Subnautica, Red Dead, or Castlevania, the different biomes offer different enemies, different crafting materials, different resources we need to unlock or discover, upgrades or items we can't get anywhere else. We not only have to travel to these regions to find these things, we want to because there's mechanical reward for doing so, for pushing on, for digging deeper, for wandering further and further afield, even if the challenges in Red Dead are all complete horse. But what does pushing get us in Hollow Knight? It gets us geos we can't spend, charms we won't use. I completely get the design impulse to descale something like Dark Souls back into a more traditional Metroidvania, or even to 2D, like Salt and Sanctuary, or to a certain extent, La Mulana. But I couldn't help when playing Hollow Knight to think this game works better if you just cut the geos out entirely. We would lose the town, yes, and the corpse run, but it would mean all those charms could be spread around the dungeon, occurring more frequently, giving us more reason to explore a dungeon they clearly put a lot of time and effort into, even if everyone in the town is adorable and I'd hate to see them go. I'm curious to see what changes they made to Silk Song. I do own it. It's on my list. I'll get to it eventually. Okay, we're at least 2 hours and a dozen games into this thing. We've spent God only knows how many hundreds of hours playing through all of these dungeons. What have we actually learned? Is any of this theory useful, and can it be applied? I think so. I began this journey to better understand the framework of mega dungeons and their design, expressly for the purpose of designing one for Wintermoor. So let's use that as our framework, taking the lessons we've learned and seeing how they can be applied to a practical example. The grounds of Wintermoor look something like this, and with the dungeon bits located here. You've got the Old Lay Research Station beneath the castle, the God Vault beneath the plateau, the ruined tower back here, the catacombs beneath the graveyard, and finally the village submerged beneath the lake, right? Got it? Each dungeon is tied to a different region of time, and that was intentional. While the setting is expansive, covering 3 books and an RPG, all of which you can go buy, please go do that, Wintermoor is an isolated location. The players don't really leave it, so it needs to be a microcosm of that setting, every part of it existing somewhere within this school. So back when working on the initial design, I made sure each age was represented. The research lab belonging to the Lay Empire, the God Vault to the Builder Age, ruined tower to the Primordial Age, and so on. This does a lot of the heavy lifting for us, making each region feel unique, with individual layouts, enemies, and challenges. It's a great starting point, but we'll need to take it further, really emphasize those differences, both narratively and mechanically, if we want it to succeed. The Lay Research Facility is the easiest in this regard and is the one players are likely to encounter first, given it's directly attached to the school. The bit on the map that says 2 ruins, yeah, that's where that leads. For the overall look, I'm thinking like a Fallout vault, maybe take another spin through Prey and steal some stuff from there, or that one cyberpunk level in Hitman. Lots of blue and silver, both because those are the colors of the Empire, but also because they give that nice technological sterile feel to everything. The layout is simple enough. It's a subterranean research facility with labs and living quarters and all the rest. So Fallout will come in handy there too, though I suspect it will end up looking closer to Resident Evil. Hallways and rooms nestled among one another, relying on terminals, passwords, and keycards to control access. Traps would be in the form of sensors and laser turrets, already in the game for that purpose, augmented with robot golems and laser landmines. A few mutated monsters from magical radiation leaking about, all the things kids love to play with. The God Vault is trickier. It's less a bank vault of gold and more a containment vault for where the gods put the weird, the dangerous, or the stuff they'll figure out later. Think the oldest house from Control or SCP. Originally, I pictured this as an inverted pyramid, broad at the top, narrower at the bottom, all the rock and dirt helping to shield the really dangerous stuff at the bottom. It's actually why the plateau is shaped this way. It's artificial, built by the gods to house their vault. But that makes it awkward for a dungeon. It would mean having really long levels at the beginning, getting shorter as we go. While that could work, it just feels wrong. So I think we flip it right side up, entering at the smaller top, the levels getting wider and more complicated as we go. I also originally pictured it as having an open, sort of Luxor look to it. Each floor a set of rings that go down, but that wouldn't work for exploration. Players could just jump or climb down. So instead, let's make it a spiral, with stairs up and down on either side of a wall or rubble, so we have to travel all or part way around a ring before reaching the next floor. We could even double helix it, the left and right paths getting off on alternating floors, intersecting at various points to add to that maze-like feel. And these are 2,000-year-old ruins by this point, with plenty of opportunities for collapsed paths, ruined bridges, and other obstacles, forcing players along different routes so things don't get stale and predictable. We bring in some of that Mines of Moria feel with catwalks and sprawling ruins all around. Could even steal a page from Dark Souls playbook with cracks in the wall giving us glimpses to the greater dangers below. That presents two options. We could have the ruins more common up top, the pyramid resembling more of its original condition the deeper we go, revealing what it once looked like. Or the opposite, clean walls gradually giving way to rubble and ruin as we near the bottom. But I think the first is better for both pacing and horror. When we enter the top of the pyramid, the cells are breached, low-level threats running around, providing lots of opportunities for combat and mischief. As we get deeper, the evils are safely contained, for now, the threat of their escape omnipresent, opening up opportunities for later, either the beast escaping or having to open cells to proceed. Given it's both a god vault and a pyramid, I think we just rip off Stargate for the aesthetic, all those Goa'uld motherships slathered in gold. Enemies will be trickier given the setting is low magic, laser turrets aside. Probably a purple heart or 3 down there, but that's a pretty high level threat. Ghosts can make sense, but that's pretty thin. The lake capital has creatures mutated through magic, so maybe we lift that concept, have monsters down here warped by all the cursed artifacts or the tinkering and experimentation of the gods. I'm thinking chimeras and the like, minotaurs maybe, lean into the mythology vibe rather than away from it. I'll have to give that one some more thought. Traps and keycards are going to be an issue too. I have zero idea how that stuff would have worked in the Builder era. Riddles could do, more Mines of Moria, another thing I'll have to give thought for. It would make an interesting choice. If players can solve the riddle right away, they can proceed on. But if they can't figure it out, they'll have to go down a side path to get this key in the same way they would a password. The catacombs are easy, that's just your standard dungeon. Originally I thought the catacombs would fall between the primordial and builder ages, but that would mean no blood magic, which means no undead, which kind of ruins the whole catacombs vibe, you know what I mean? So I think we push it forward in time, have it represent the age of chaos, get some husks and some undead knights going on in there, plus the aforementioned ghosts. Layout is similar, rooms and corridors with levels descending down, though I think the dungeon will be more wide than tall. 3 or 5 sprawling horizontal levels rather than 15 narrow ones. Arrow traps, boulders, swinging axes, skeleton keys, maybe some Resident Evil emblem puzzles to control access, mossy stone walls, and old dungeon tile sets filled with giant spiders and grave robbers. I really don't like poison or stun mechanics in games. I never have, but if we're going to do status effects, this is the place for it. And the lake is also going to be a problem. The basic idea looks something like this, where you've got water up top held at bay by crone magic, allowing the village beneath it to remain open if a bit muddy. But a village is not exactly a dungeon. It'll probably have to be more open, ovals connected through narrow passages like the open areas of Dark Souls. We could go the Resident Evil 4 route, look at how its village is segmented, or Diablo, big open areas with smaller areas inside it. Either way, we're going to need some way of controlling where the player can go. And it's going to need much more of a horror vibe. It'd be dark down here, mostly shadows, so maybe we steal that weird reflecting light thing that pools do, interspersed with god rays filtering through the water above. Wrap everything in seaweed, sickly green, and mud. But ultimately, we want the player dashing, hiding, focused on evading and running and gunning, rather than a careful, methodical dungeon crawl. That raises the questions of enemies and traps. We'll have drowners, obviously. Hellhounds, probably. That sounds odd, but crones are fond of them in this setting. Maybe cultists who have been trapped down here, 1,000 years of isolated generations, turning them into strange folk. Could tap into some Cthulhu vibes for that one, mutations and the like, but we'll have to be careful that we don't stray into offensive territory. The tower is also a challenge. Half of it still exists within the mountain, the other half ripped away by time and tragedy. But it being a wizard tower helps out quite a bit, giving us an excuse to cheat with physics. The easiest thing to do is just extend the tower deeper into the mountain, but I think we can elevate it by using runes, fog doors, and other magical elements, adding to the maze-like feel. I'd probably just rip off that awesome wizard tower dungeon in Sea of Stars, with different color orbs opening pocket dimensions, each combination leading somewhere different. And you know, in Eye of Sil, there is a fog door that leads to a time bubble, so we could lift that and use it to access the ruined parts of the tower in the past, seeing the tower as it once was. That raises all kinds of great opportunities, both mechanical and narrative. Then there's the question of access and enemies. Rune doors might be an option. Puzzles seems a bit obvious, but aren't that fun. The lore is also going to be an issue, limiting what we can do here in terms of monsters. We're going to need a slate of new creatures, but ones which fit into the limitations of the setting, and that's going to require some more thought. All of this is making me realize that while low magic settings are great for narrative tension, they really screw over monster design. For aesthetics, it being a wizard's tower helps, all beakers and bookshelves, orreries and astronomy, relying on purples and whites for the colors to help it stand out from the other dungeons and add to the feeling of magic. Okay, so that at least sketches out what they are and what they'll look like, but we still need to figure out how they connect to one another, and we'll need to figure out on why players want to go there. What's the motivation, the reward for doing so? The base game of Wintermoor is about kids attending a magical academy, solving a mystery to save the school, a la Harry Potter, one threat stretched over the year. I was then going to make a game for the chaplains that would be more like college, with a structure like Buffy, each session or episode having a threat that gradually built up to a season finale. The Wintermoor expansion would then focus on that school's college years, bringing the concepts of dungeon delving, exploration, and distant travel. I broke it up this way with the idea that each standalone game would help me figure out mechanics and systems in smaller scale isolation, before building the overarching RPG for the setting that would be focused on Rungholt. This means the Wintermoor expansion both must build off the existing mechanics of Wintermoor, but also add new ones, able to both slot into what came before and stand on its own. That brings with it the limitations of the earlier system, but also some wiggle room. We'll have to figure out how to implement and reward dungeon exploration in a game that never required it, while also staying within the confines of the original game and the low magic setting. It's a healthy challenge and goes to show dungeon diving is about more than a structure of rooms and corridors. To start, leveling, at least in the traditional sense, isn't going to work. Players in Wintermoor level up through a resource called merits, earned through finding clues, fighting monsters, and doing well in class, which are then spent to buy skill points. If we give them a traditional dungeon full of monsters and award merits for defeating them, we'll break our leveling curve almost immediately. We have to remember dungeon delving is just one part of this game. They still have their college classes to contend with, using the same skills for both. Leveling up too fast in one system will break the other. Then there's the problem of how these dungeons even connect physically to one another. The ley ruins are beneath the castle, and the castle is on the plateau, so it's reasonable some part of the research facility spills into the vault, through like a broken wall. But the catacombs, tower, and lake are all much farther apart. So I think we take both these limitations and combine them into a strength. We look to Darkest Dungeon and set up these 5 areas not as one continuous space, but as possible excursions, with a main objective and optional side objectives rewarding merits and other items for completion. Things like kill this, recover that, map this area, solve this puzzle, figure out this lore. This makes the difficulty of each excursion customizable, the players risking how much they can solve in one go. Where it differs from Darkest Dungeon is the layout, which I think here will be static, instead of random, given this is a pen and paper game, and I don't want to make a system for generating maps. We'll leverage Fog of War, the map only being revealed as players explore it, showing the doors they haven't yet entered, like Resident Evil or Symphony of the Night, to hint at other routes. We can tie that back into the objectives too, with sets or subsets of objectives being revealed upon reaching a new floor, or upon encountering that mechanical mechanical system or type of enemy for the first time. This allows everything to be intentional. Item placements, the introduction of concepts, lore, and monsters doled out over the course of an adventure, escalating with each floor. Like Blackmoor, the randomness would come from enemies moving about within the space rather than Dark Souls' Groundhog's Day loop. It also helps Wintermoor's mega dungeon feel different than others in the setting. Rungholt, as I currently envision it, is more of a traditional top-down mega dungeon, and Dunaker is an open island with many smaller dungeons, closer to, say, Zelda or Breath of the Wild. Given that Wintermoor is a college, having this limited style of excursions will both set it apart mechanically, but also narratively, with students going on targeted runs for a specific purpose, rather than being archaeologists or treasure hunters attempting to catalog everything. I don't need to worry about a new attrition system because Wintermoor already has exhaustion, so we'll just carry that over. I think this probably stacks the deeper you go, so like each floor you would take exhaustion, and then as you go, you open up shortcuts back to the surface, which would skip that penalty, or something therein. It would also serve as a secondary penalty for failing checks or traversal challenges instead of just health. You could even add a rule that you can run from enemies whenever you like, but take exhaustion for doing so, similar to Darkest Dungeon's stress. Speaking of Darkest Dungeon, we'll have to consider if we even need shortcuts back and forth to the surface. The Dark Souls route seems obvious, ladders and one-way hatches and ropes to kick down, but do we need that in a TTRPG? Can we take a page from Darkest Dungeon and just hand-wave that you completed the objective? You escape the dungeon unscathed. So while I'm thinking about this, I think the way I will probably end up doing this is as you go down each floor, you take exhaustion, but open up those shortcuts back to the surface, allowing you to get to those points without taking that penalty, and keep Darkest Dungeons, once you get the objective, you warp out, trying to sort of take the benefit of both systems. But we'll see what I end up coming up with. Another thing that occurred to me in writing all of this were the skills. When we talk about differentiating biomes within a Metroidvania, we mostly talk about things like the look, the unique enemies, and so forth, because mechanically you interact with all those things the same way. Alucard stabs and shoots, and Samus shoots and rolls equally well whether they're in the library or the sewers. But TTRPGs don't really work that way. We're using the baseline mechanic of rolling a dice and adding a number to resolve the challenge. So how well we do so is dependent on that particular skill. Additionally, Wintermoor is a party game. I mean, it has a party. Playing this at parties would be a bad idea. It also doesn't have classes per se. I mean, it has classes because it's at a college. God language can get tangled when talking about games. It doesn't have player classes, but players' skills will still specialize in some areas over others. And we can pretty easily map this across our areas. Artifacts being good in the Ley Lab, Divines more useful in the God Vault, Archaics for the Witch Lake. But that alone creates a problem. If I'm the player who's good at artifacts, then it means I get my time to shine in the Ley Lab. True, but it also means everyone else is just following me around, and I'm useless in the other parts of the dungeon. It means other players will get bored, and I'll only ever want to go to the labs because that's where I'm good at. This is one of the advantages to monsters, traps, and so forth all being in the same dungeon in something like D&D. The fighter, rogue, and wizard swapping out as they reach their intended challenge, each having a time to shine within a singular dungeon or floor. I think we solve this by using two techniques, each utilizing the same principle. This is a little tangled, so stick with me. Basically, we don't give each area one skill focus, we give them three, each aligned to a certain type of challenge, like combat, traversal, or exploration. So in the Ley facility, engines is our primary combat skill, because we're fighting robots. Math is our traversal skill, as it handles things like decoding terminals and hacking turrets. We then use artifacts as a general background skill, helping us to figure out individual objects or key items within the dungeon. In the Sunken Village, we would target rangers for combat, articulation for traversal, given there are people down here, and archaics as the general skill or lore skill. skill. With 5 dungeons, each targeting 3 skills, I think we can achieve a healthy overlap between areas, so someone always feels like they're useful in at least 2 of them. I think it probably looks something like this. This allows different players with different focuses to each have something to do in a given area, and have less of a chance of being totally worthless. And remember, these aren't the only skills used in that area or focus, just the primary ones that will come up the most. We then use the framework to guide escalating challenges, as we talked about way back in the traditional dungeon section. So in the lay dungeon, rooms and corridors would be built around engines, math, and artifacts as the targeted skills. The first engine rooms encountered might be a simple robot enemy. The first math, a panel that needs to be hacked to open a door. The second math encounter could be a corridor guarded by laser turrets, and so on. We mix and match how these are encountered and in what order, allowing different characters to shine even as concepts are introduced and iterated upon. This also allows us to control the difficulty class of each encounter, which in turn acts as a progress gate, locking off areas without always relying on keycards. For example, let's say shutting down the laser turrets is a DC 15 check. The players don't need a keycard to access it, they just need a high enough skill level. If they fail, the turrets stay active, the terminal enters a forced reset, only able to be attempted on the next time they enter the dungeon. Players only able to proceed to this new area when they're good enough to get past the terminal. This then ties back into the darkest dungeon approach. If players get deep enough in one area and start encountering DCs that are too high for them, they know they should back out, explore another dungeon with lower levels and easier challenges, earning merits they can use to increase their skills before heading back there. Earlier, we addressed the leveling, but we still haven't talked about how we're going to handle equipment, loot, and other rewards. You know, the exact same thing I beat up Hollow Knight about, and which, honestly, I don't have a great answer for, big hypocrite that I am. See, in Wintermoor, you get items through play, sure, but you can also buy them through merits. It's a trade-off with an offset curve, as we talked about earlier. There's also no way to sell them, as it would break the leveling curve, which I also beat up games for. Hypocrite that I am. This was less of a deal in Wintermoor, as there just isn't that many items, and it was never meant to be a big part of play. But now we're talking about dungeon crawling, and that paints a different picture. We're going to need loot and lots of it, and that's a lot harder to achieve in a low fantasy, low magic setting. Obviously, there are the tried and true consumables. You got your health potions, your smoke bombs, grenades, and such, but those really only serve to mitigate attrition. They're not really a reward for exploration, there's no triumph here. There's also no real weapons in Wintermoor. There are only wands, and there aren't that many of them either. Now, I had originally conceived of a system in which each part of the wand, the barrel, the reactor, and the handle, would each be their own item, with its own stats and trade-offs, so the players could mix and match, functionally making their own wand. But I ditched this when making the base game because I am only one person and holy shit is that a lot of work, and it didn't make much sense for like first year students. But I think it makes perfect sense here given college students are far more capable, and it gives us a lot more loot to play with. A clear fit for an expansion. And if we look at the curriculum, mages are capable of forging their own wands at this point, even if they're rudimentary ones. So maybe we bring in crafting, finding rare or magical resources to make even cooler, rarer wands. That's going to rub up against some lore stuff, which is not great, and I don't love crafting systems in most games. I'll have to do a whole research video on the topic like this one if I ever get around to making Rungholt, but for now I'd rather avoid it. Still, an idea to file away for later. There's also alchemy, the mixing together of different potions, but that's pretty rare in this setting and isn't taught in this school. But chemistry is, and all the ingredients ingredients are present, which is close enough for me, but leads us back to the issue of largely creating consumables, so more thought is going to be needed there. Obviously, we can assign different resources, items, and equipment to different areas of the dungeon, further incentivizing exploration. And it's easy enough to litter about divine artifacts, magic orbs, and enchanted rings, especially if we leverage runic magic from earlier in the setting's history, but that all feels pretty thin to me. We're really going to have to thread the needle between creating an interesting mechanical tension and not breaking the narrative cohesion of the setting. It's a problem that's going to require a lot of thought, and like the enemies, is largely outside the scope of this video. But yeah, I think we're in a pretty good place here, certainly better than when I started. It's a long way from being a game, let alone a system. We'd have to actually flesh out all these mechanics, design the layout of every floor of each area of the dungeon, and all the monsters and items that would go in them. And then we'd still have to figure out how dungeons and excursions fit neatly within the whole going to class thing. I guess that means I'll probably have to play a Persona at some point. I don't know why I haven't already. I own 2 of them. Maybe I'll tackle that after wrapping up Cyberpunk. Either way, those are all problems for future me to solve. For now, research completed, lessons learned, knowledge applied. I'm Michael Aguero. Thanks for watching. And now it's time for the depressing real-world update part. Welcome to the end of the video, and at least for the time being, the end of the channel. For those unaware, the Trump administration has done its absolute best to dismantle federal programs, harass the American people, and make it basically impossible for the federal government to actually do its job. Between the resignations, layoffs, and retirements, decades of institutional knowledge and experience is gone, and it's going to take at least a decade to repair the damage once he finally dies. And seeing as I refuse to work for Nazis, it means the career I've spent the last decade building is functionally over, at least until a new administration comes in and more sane minds prevail. Additionally, the economy is crumbling under investor greed, rising prices, and a complete erosion of quality in nearly every product and service. Not only does this make it harder for me to pay my bills and buy food, it means it's harder for all of you to make money and buy food, which means you're less able to support creators and have to be more careful with the creators you choose to support, and take less risk when buying the games and books of some random guy on YouTube. For folks like me whose games sell basically nothing and whose books are still struggling to find an audience, it means we're dead in the water until the economic winds pick up. And then we get to YouTube. Thanks to the Sims video, I was making a decent side income from the channel, around $300 a month. While not enough to pay my bills, it was noticeable money, definitely helped me financially, and paid for new equipment like sound dampening, lights, and a new microphone. But our dear friends at Google changed something in their algorithm back in June, and my traffic cut by 2/3 overnight. I went from making $300 a month to less than $100, and it hasn't picked up since, regardless of the videos I've put out. And I am far from the only channel to complain about such. The platform is basically crumbling. This is on top of Google continuing to ram LLM and AI features down our throats to fill our search results with slop at the expense of longer videos, and implementing draconian age gating and verification processes that limit traffic even further. It's all contributing to pushing me and other creators off the platform, and it shows no signs of getting better. So I'm retreating. YouTube, game design, basically everything I do as a hobby or for the passion of it, that's all going on hold. The colonies are being abandoned. We are pulling back to the motherland. The Celts are free to overrun Britain once more as the Romans leave to deal with the Visigoths pounding at the gates. Now I want you to know I am going to be fine. You don't need to worry about me or my finances. Having lived through the train wreck that was the first Trump administration, I've weathered this storm before, and this time had the benefit of seeing the looming threats of hiring freezes, government shutdowns, inflation, and overall instability on the horizon. I spent the last year and a half shoving every penny I made into the bank, and upon leaving the government, dumped my 401k and pension, meaning I am sitting on a a comfortable war chest to get me through the foreseeable future. I have been very fortunate. I am going to be okay. But the fact remains that one way or another, I am going to have to start over. This is something I've had to do a lot in my life, both geographically and economically, even psychologically. The difference this time around is that I'm a lot older now. I'm in my upper 30s, and God am I tired. When you're starting over at 16 or 25 or even 30, you can convince yourself that you're still young. You still have time, that it will all work out in the end. And so far, for me, it always has. Through grace or luck or family, I somehow always end up on my feet. But my young days are unquestionably behind me, and I am fucking exhausted. I have been working a full-time day job and writing on nights and weekends, squeezing other projects in where I can, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, since 2009. 17 years. I just can't sustain it anymore. Not in this economy, not in this political climate, not when every platform and publisher is committed to exploiting and killing art in the name of a stock bump wherever they can find it. So once again, here I am through no fault of my own, caught up in winds I can't possibly control, watching everything I've built get blown away, forced to rebuild from the rubble of a previous life. And to be honest, I just don't know if I have it in me this time. So I'm pulling back. Everything that isn't a bare essential, cut off and left to fly away in the breeze. I spent a long time in my life, too long, being filled with hate and ambition. A rough life will do that to you. The hate I let go of a long, long time ago. The only thing hate is good for is to stop you from learning, and learning's the only damn thing I've ever been good at. So it had to go. Ambition was a lot harder to let go of, and still is. Partly because I wanted this life to have been worth something for all the effort it took to get here to pay off. And partly because I was afraid that once I let it go, there'd be nothing left. But the last few years just beat it out of me to the point where there didn't seem much reason in carrying it around. I reached a place where even if my biggest, wildest dreams came true, I didn't want them anymore. All I really want to do is write my books, even if no one reads them. So I'm going to take my little war chest and disappear for a while. I'm going to spend the next year or two of my life writing a few books that have been sitting on my to-do pile, and more or less trying to figure out what the next 10 to 15 years of my life looks like. The last time I did this, it led to a career in government, to me escaping poverty, to self-publishing my books and games, and starting this YouTube channel. It has been a good 10 years, even if the climb left my bones bloody and my muscles sore. I can only hope the next climb, the next mountain, the next period of starting over is as successful as this one. As for this channel, I'll monitor this video for the next week or 3, and then it's going to be mothballed. The videos will still be here as long as YouTube is, but I will no longer be checking the comments or uploading videos. The Patreon will be shut down, and I'm no longer going to actively monitor any of my social media accounts, and will only post there when I have a new book or game out. I'm just going to go away for a while. I want to give a big thank you to my patrons, all 2 of them, and to anyone who has bought a copy of my books or games or gotten anything out of these videos. It literally makes my week whenever I sell a copy, no matter how few and far between they may be, and I do get a lot of joy out of interacting with you all in the comments. The channel has meant a lot to me, and I am eternally grateful for everyone who has watched, for all the thoughtful and encouraging comments, and for everyone who has shared these videos and helped the channel grow. It has been a lot of fun, a great learning experience, and somehow financially profitable, which is more than a lot of other folks can say. For the time being, and perhaps the final time, I'm Michael Aguero. Thank you for watching. And I'll see you around. It's tracking my face. It's tracking my bloody face.
Making sure you're still recording.
Don't, Carlo. It's a battery thread. I've lost the little clicker. Puzzles and switch. Whoa, what was that noise? Switch! Man, I had that one right up until I didn't. Resident Evil. What a weird job this is. Okay.
It's Dark Souls. Dark Souls has a stamina bar.
Refills the flestus. And knocks my microphone off. Brain tongue work together. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
And that's it. Pickup's done.
Pickup's done. Yay. We're done. Goodbye.
It's because it was only plugged in halfway. That's why it was mono. All right.